Hi, I'm Samantha from San Francisco. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I was born with cherry lips and big black eyes. My parents said I looked like a child out of a fairy tale. But whenever Mom and Dad talked to me, I never smiled or changed my facial expression. My parents tried everything to make me smile. Mrs. Rabbit wants to play with you. Come on, give Mr. Mouse a kiss. Dad held a mouse puppet close to my face and made kissing noises, but I just stared blankly and slapped the mouse away from me. That's when my parents decided to take me to a doctor. After a few tests, I found out I had a condition called Mobius. That meant I couldn't smile, frown, or lift my eyebrows. I was too young to understand what Mobius was, but when I was in preschool, Mom and I were at the mall when we bumped into one of her friends who had a daughter my age. She kept smiling at me, but all I could do was stare at her like a robot. Suddenly, the little girl started to cry. "Mommy, this girl is scaring me." "Oh, sweetie, don't be scared. Our dog ran away yesterday, so Samantha's just sad."
"But Mom, we don't have a dog."
Mom pulled me away quickly. That's when I realized she was embarrassed to tell her friend I had a condition, because that meant I wasn't normal like everyone else. And at school, none of the kids really wanted to be my friend because they thought I was strange. So I spent most of my time alone. But several months later, my life took a huge turn. Mom gave birth to my twin sisters, Annie and Penny. My parents worked full-time, so we always had a maid in the house. But even with a maid, I was always the main one to watch my sisters. One day, Annie, the wilder twin, climbed all the way to the top of our backyard fence. "Annie, come down right now."
"No, I don't wanna." "Penny, come climb up and we can fly like birds do."
No flying. Penny listened to me, but Annie was about to jump and my heart almost stopped. But then she started laughing like crazy.
"Fooled you."
I was furious and told Mom what Annie did. Mom went ballistic. "What is the matter with you, Annie? Why can't you be a good girl like your sisters?" Annie's eyes filled with tears. From that day on, she made everyone's life a living nightmare. She hated me for telling on her, and over time, Annie grew jealous of Penny. Penny was what you call gifted and could get straight A's without even trying. One time when the girls were in 4th grade, Mom and Dad threw Penny a huge party for winning the school spelling bee. Our little Einstein. We're so proud of you, Penny. Annie stomped out of the room at that moment, and that night, she chopped off all of Penny's hair while everyone was sleeping. Penny burst into tears, and I tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, it'll grow back."
"Annie's such a mean bully."
"I won't let her bully you anymore, Penny. I'm here." Penny slept in my room every night after that because she was terrified of Annie. I loved both my sisters, but Annie grew up to be so mean. Then one day in 8th grade, a new boy joined my class. His name was Daniel, and he wore those fat black spectacles. He was really short and really shy. While he was walking to class, this guy bumped into him and his glasses went flying. Daniel started freaking out. I can't see anything." I saw Daniel's glasses on the floor and picked them up quickly. "Here you go, but it looks like they're broken." "It's okay. It's better than nothing." Daniel put on his broken glasses. He looked silly, but also kind of cute. He and I ended up hanging out for the rest of the day, and he was super sweet and good to talk to. Over time, Daniel and I became really close, and I even started having feelings for him. But he always just treated me as a friend, and I didn't want to ruin what we had. Life in high school was good, till Penny and Annie joined, and things got a little crazy. Whenever Annie saw me with Daniel, she grabbed the chance to make fun of me. One time, Daniel and I were in the hallway when we passed Annie putting on lipstick. "Hey, Daniel, don't you ever get bored of hanging out with sad face emoji over here?" "Of course not. That's not a nice thing to say, Annie." "Yeah, get out of my sight before you regret it." "Okay, but first, I need to do this." Before I knew it, Annie had pinned me against the locker and drew a smile on my face with her lipstick.
"You look so much better now."
I pushed Annie to the ground and she fell on her butt. She dragged me down, but Daniel stepped in. "Cut it out, Annie." Daniel pulled me up and led me to the girls' bathroom. He helped me rinse the lipstick smile off, and I looked at my face in the mirror. "Daniel, do you think I'm ugly? You can tell me the truth." "Samantha, look at me. You're not ugly. I think you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Daniel leaned in and kissed me, and I felt butterflies. A bunch of girls came in just then and started shrieking. "Ew! What's he doing in the girls' bathroom?" Daniel and I ran out, laughing like crazy. I was on cloud 9 all that week. I didn't even mind that our maid was coming less and I was doing all the chores by myself. But Annie couldn't stop talking about me having a boyfriend.
I just don't get it. How can someone like you have a boyfriend but not me?
I'm way prettier than you. Well, not everything is about looks, Annie. As time passed, Penny started dating a popular jock at school. Her grades were still perfect, and she got much more popular than Annie. Penny's life and mine were getting better and better, but Annie didn't have anything going for her. One morning, I woke up to find everybody at home, including my parents, which was rare. And Penny was super sick. Her face looked super bloated, and she had red bumps all over her arms and legs. My parents left me at home with Annie while they took Penny to the doctor. Annie was surprisingly well behaved and even stayed in to do homework. I decided it was safe to go out and see Daniel for a bit. But as I reached home, my parents and Penny had also just returned. "Guys, what's going on? Penny, what did the doctor say was wrong?" "I have an autoimmune problem. Apparently, every time I get an allergic reaction, this is what'll happen." Penny hung her head and I walked back into the house with her. My parents left for work then, but just as we stepped inside, Penny looked at her phone and started to cry. "Oh my God, just look what Annie posted!" To my horror, Annie had posted a picture of Penny with her red skin bumps and bloated face on Instagram. Underneath, the caption read, "Even pretty girls have ugly secrets." Just then, Annie came trotting down the stairs all dressed up. "Annie, you're a monster. How could you do something like this?" I couldn't help myself. It was just too funny. Penny looked totally Instagram-worthy. Before I could answer, Penny's boyfriend came down the stairs too. "Here, babe, you forgot your jacket." "Babe, what are you doing here?" "Annie invited me over while you and your sister were out. Listen, I can't date you anymore, not after seeing your skin." He and Annie walked out the door before any of us could say anything. How could Annie do something so sick? I stayed with Penny the whole day and told my parents everything that had happened. They grounded Annie for 2 weeks. And then the strangest thing happened. Penny became more popular in school, and kids at school started ignoring Annie. Everyone thought Annie was heartless for stealing Penny's boyfriend. She became a total outcast. Penny got a new boyfriend, and Daniel became more and more handsome. By the end of 12th grade, he even got contact lenses. The day before my graduation, my parents pulled me aside. "Sammy, we were thinking, maybe you can apply for an online college. We still really need you to keep an eye on your sisters, sweetie." "Are you kidding me? I've been the family nanny my whole life. It's about time you two took over and teach the twins to be responsible. I deserve to focus on my life now." With that, I walked away, and I spent days applying to my dream colleges. But one night while I was reading, Penny ran into my room. "Sammy, come quick. It's Annie. She's gone." "What do you mean she's gone?" I dashed into Annie's room to find my parents holding a note from Annie. Annie wrote that she's leaving home to live somewhere else. She didn't even write where. Dad called the police and they tracked down Annie's phone. It turned out she was staying with our aunt, who Annie was super close with. We were all relieved, but when we went to pick her up, she refused to come home. "I told Aunt I don't want to stay with you guys anymore, and she's happy to keep me. I'm not going home with you guys. You can't make me." Mom and Dad spent hours begging her to come home, but they couldn't persuade her. So we left without her. But my parents were sure she'd cool off and return in a couple of weeks. Except she didn't. She stayed with Aunt for a month. Then 1 month turned into 3 months, and then 6. And Annie refused to speak to any of us. And I left for college soon with Daniel. I kept in touch with Penny, who told me after some time that Annie had moved out of her aunt's place and was now living with some friend. 4 years later, Daniel and I graduated university with honors, and we started a small software company that met success almost immediately. And soon after, Daniel proposed to me. And of course, I said yes. Life was going great. And then one day, I got the most unexpected call. "Samantha, it's Annie. Can you meet me today? I need your help." No, "Hi, hello, how have you been?" Please, I'm in crisis. I'm texting you the address. Meet me there." Annie hung up before I could even answer. I felt mad at her, but I just couldn't ignore my little sister. I went to the address and found her sitting on a bench outside a small building. Annie had chopped off her lovely hair, and she looked thin. "Annie, what's going on with you?" I started a makeup business, and now I'm in debt. I was wondering if you could lend me the money to pay it off. I'll lose it otherwise." "You shut out your whole family for years, and now you call me out of the blue because you want money? This is not how I wanted to reach out to you, okay? I wanted to make something of myself first and make you guys proud of me. I was just never as perfect as you or Penny, and that just made me jealous and stupid, and I'm sorry for everything. I've been trying to be better. I really believe my business can work, but now I'm in a mess as usual, and I could only think of you. You've always taken care of me." I was surprised at how sincere and different Annie sounded, and it was good to see her trying at something. I wrote her a check and was about to leave, when suddenly I turned back and handed her a wedding invite. "I'm getting married in a few months. I'd like for you to come, and I'm sure everyone else would be happy to see you too." A couple of months before the wedding, Daniel took me out to a special dinner. "Samantha, I've been saving up some money and doing research for years. Mobius, your condition can't be cured, but it can be slightly corrected through surgery, and I just found this amazing surgeon. I just want you to know that you're perfect as you are, but if you want the surgery, I have the money for it." My eyes filled with happy tears. I agreed to get the surgery, and Daniel was by my side the whole time. The doctor couldn't completely fix my issues, but I felt like a whole different person, being able to have real facial expressions. On the day of my wedding, my parents and Penny were with me in the dressing room when suddenly the door opened and Annie walked in. Everyone looked shocked to see her, but I was so happy she came. Guys, I know we've all had our issues, but can today be the day we all start to make up? My parents hugged Annie and we all cried, and even Penny joined in. Then my parents turned to me. "Samantha, we're so happy for you and so grateful to you. We know we always put too much responsibility on you and it wasn't fair. We want you to know that we really appreciate you, love." And hearing those words from them meant everything. My sisters walked me down the aisle and I could hear people smiling and whispering that I looked amazing. Daniel beamed at me as he took my hand. "You have the loveliest smile, Sammy." When I was little, my big brother was my protector, and now I'm the one protecting him. I just hope I don't get arrested. Oh yeah, and like and subscribe or you'll miss out on the mystery. I'm Zelda from Washington, D.C. My brother Ryan has always been there for me. When I was clumsy and dropped my ice cream, he got me a new one. When I fell, he picked me up. And when I watched a scary movie, he covered my eyes. And when he had to go somewhere and leave me alone, I want Ryan! On my birthdays, he always gave me the best presents. One time, he even paid the zoo to let me meet the giraffes and elephants. Mom told me he worked all summer to afford it. Since he was so cool, brave, and awesome, you'd think he'd want to be an astronaut when he grew up, or a lion tamer, or a dinosaur catcher. It's a thing. Look it up. But no, because our mom had to support us both by herself ever since he was little, his dream was to buy her a house one day and be rich enough that she wouldn't have to work anymore. That and take me on a grand adventure, which was my dream. Yeah, my brother's better than yours. Deal with it. Ryan got a super cool Mustang. He would always pick me up after school, and of course, all the girls swooned and every single one of the boys was jealous of him. I was the most popular girl in school without even trying. What kind of music does he like? Does he have a girlfriend? How can he afford such a cool car? Is he rich? Take it easy, girls. I'll tell you everything you want to know. My brother works for NASA. He's an engineer. He's saving up to buy my mom a house. No girlfriend. If he had one, I would be the first to know. And as for music, he and I listen to the same kind. Synth. The girls are always asking questions about you. They're all in love. What do you tell them? Just the usual. It's not like you're a mystery or anything. They don't need to know my business. Next time anyone asks, tell them you don't know. What? Why? Look, NASA is secretive. I can't tell everyone about what I do there. The government doesn't want anyone to know. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Actually, we really can't talk about it at all. I've already told you too much. Just be cool about it, okay? What? No. I want to know everything. Tell me immediately. Maybe someday I'll be able to explain, but for now, keep everything I said between us. Ryan, that's not fair. Life's not fair. Here we are. Go on. I have to go back to work. I'll see you on your birthday. My birthday's next week. I have school tomorrow. You have to pick me up. Oh, right. Ryan, I'm worried. You're acting weird. Don't worry, little Z. I can handle myself. He dropped me off and drove away like he always did. Except this time, something felt different. Government jobs are very hush-hush. I'm sure he's perfectly safe. Please, respect his wishes and just leave him alone, okay, honey? He forgot my birthday. He never forgets my birthday. He's been a little distracted lately, just a little stressed. But he's okay, I promise. But I knew Ryan more than anyone, and he seemed worried. The next day, I waited outside our house for him to pick me up like he always did, but this time, he didn't show up. OMG, what happened? You're soaked. Didn't your brother pick you up? No, and he didn't call either. Something's wrong. I texted him all day, but there was no response. After school, with all the girls waiting to see him like they always did, I stood at the curb, looking right, left, waiting, calling, and yeah, you guessed it, he didn't show up. My brother, who had been there for me since the day I was born, was now missing. Mom, I can't find Ryan anywhere. He won't answer his phone, and he didn't pick me up today. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He texted last night and said his phone's dying. He'll be getting a new one soon, but he won't be able to reach us for a few days. Why didn't he tell me? He was acting strange yesterday in the car. Something is going on with him. What if they heard us? Who? The government. What if they listened to our conversation? And now, honey, you're just so used to him being around, and now you're extra worried. This is probably the longest he's been away from you since he graduated college, isn't it? Well, yeah, but it's strange that he didn't text me when he texted you. And why didn't he pick me up? Maybe he had car trouble and couldn't call you. Don't worry. Your brother can take care of himself. He always has. Why wasn't Mom more worried? Everything felt wrong. Was I just being paranoid? She left in a hurry to go to work, and I was alone with my thoughts. Everything Mom said was true. But then again, he really was acting weird yesterday. And just because Mom got a text from his phone doesn't mean it was really him. I had to be sure. I rushed to the bus stop and went to the only place I knew I could get some answers, NASA. I would say he was an engineer, just like he told us, so they wouldn't suspect I knew anything more, which I guess I didn't really. I couldn't believe the giant space shuttle and huge NASA logo out front. This place was intense. At the front desk, I asked if I could speak to my brother. What's his name, darling? I told her and waited while she was on the phone. While she talked to the person on the other line, she looked at me as if there was something she didn't want me to know. Sorry, sweetie. No one here has that name. That's when I saw two men in black suits and sunglasses at the end of the hall looking at me. Or were they looking at me? Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I didn't want to find out, so I hurried out of there. I had no idea what was going on. It didn't make sense. Unless they really didn't want anyone to know where he worked because he was part of some top secret mission. Without any other choice, I decided there was only one more place I could go to try to find him and find some answers. His apartment. I had only been there one time when I was about to move in a year ago, but I had written down the address. The building was super tall and fancy. I ran to the door and pressed the number to his unit. When an old woman answered, I asked if my brother lived there, thinking maybe she was the maid. No, he doesn't live here. Sorry. My head was spinning. What the heck was going on? I saw my brother almost every day since we were little. I knew him, didn't I? A black SUV parked right behind me on the curb. I couldn't see through the tinted windows. I ran. Just then, I got a text from Ryan. All it said was an address that I didn't recognize. I tried to call, but there was no answer. What if it wasn't really him? I could be walking right into a trap. I got on the bus and headed that way. I couldn't go to the police yet. I had nothing to report. But what if I was going into a trap? But he was my brother, my protector. I had to try. Whatever it was I was heading into, I had to be brave. The sun went down. The street of the address was dark and dirty. My mom would never let me come here alone. Then I found it, a broken down old motel. I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, my hands shaking. It opened, and I saw a beautiful young woman standing in front of me. Zelda, who are you? I'm May, your brother's girlfriend. Come in. I walked into the small room and saw Ryan sitting there, his head down like he was crying. I ran and hugged him. I'm so glad you're okay. I've been looking everywhere for you. What's going on? I went to your work, to your house. I lied, Z. I don't work for NASA and I don't live in that nice apartment building. I've been living here. When I showed it to you, I was a real estate agent, but I was terrible and I got fired. Now, I work at a rental car place. The Mustang is theirs. My boss caught me using it last night and fired me. But why did you lie? I thought we were best friends. We are. I was ashamed. You always thought I was so cool. You looked up to me. I said I would buy Mom a house and I can't even afford to pay my own rent. She has to help me. I wanted to still be that big brother for you, the one you looked up to. You are my big brother. Of course I still look up to you. You're my whole world. I don't care what you do for work. See, Ryan? Zelda, I told him you'd say that. He didn't want us to meet because he didn't want me to lie to you. But I'm glad you're here now. And I'm so sorry, but Zelda, we need your help. No, we can't ask her to do that. She could get caught. She could go to jail. That's when they told me what Ryan had done. I was in total shock. My brother was so angry at his boss when he was fired that before he left, he snuck into the office and stole money from the safe. You did what? I know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. The security guard is there now. He knows me. When they open tomorrow, they'll see the money's gone and your brother will be on the video. We only have until 7 a.m. before I go to jail and my life is ruined. My heart was pounding, my hands sweating. I couldn't believe this was happening. I know he said he was angry, but this? I don't understand. That's not you. Why did you do it? I wanted to pay back Mom for all the money she let me borrow. I'll go. I'll put it back. No, Zelda, if the security guard ever sees him, he'll be caught. If he sees you, he won't know who you are. You can run. But this is my mistake. I'll face the consequences myself. I wouldn't help you steal money, but we're not stealing it. We're putting it back. So I'll help you because you've always helped me. Yes, I knew it was dangerous. I knew I could get into serious trouble, but all he wanted to do now was make things right. He drew a map of the office and explained to me exactly how to get in and out. The problem, of course, was the guard, and the fact that he had been caught on tape, which meant I would have to delete it. I had no idea how, but he wrote it all down along with the combination to the safe on a piece of paper. Why not just send it to my phone? You can't take your phone. If they suspect you, they could use it to see that you were here. I'll call Mom and tell her you're sleeping here. So, my mom knew he'd been lying? That's why she wasn't worried. Here, the money is in this purse. Just pretend it's yours, and take my hoodie to cover your head. I left the apartment, following the directions he gave until finally, I was outside the office. The guard was outside the gate. There was no way around him. My first thought was to cause a distraction, but there was nothing anywhere. So I just walked right up to him. Sir, please, can you help me? What are you doing out here at night, miss? I forgot my phone in the car I rented. Everything I have is in there. Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not supposed to let anyone... I can't. He took pity on me and let me in. He asked which car, and I pointed to a random one, getting ready to cry again when he didn't find it. And that's exactly what happened. Can I use the bathroom? In the stall, I checked the paper Ryan gave me. I had to climb into the vent to get to the office. I knew the guard would get suspicious, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to hope he was too uncomfortable to go into the women's room. Before I put the money back, I wanted to make sure the video of my brother was deleted, so I went to the computer. There was a password, but Ryan had written it down on the... Where was it? I checked all my pockets and even the purse. It was gone. The door flew open, and the security guard aimed his flashlight at me. Come with me, young miss. I failed. There was nothing I could do now. He led me out, and at the gate, I saw the black SUV, and from inside, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses was waiting for me. What was happening? When I got close, the man smiled and took his sunglasses off. It was Ryan? Happy birthday, little Z. How'd you like your adventure? But my birthday is next week. I know. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? I'm pretty sure this would still be a surprise. Ryan told me he did work at NASA, and he owned the car rental place because 6 months ago, he invented something for the government, and now he was a billionaire. What about May? She's my friend from work. If I was dating someone, you'd be the first to know. Why? Do you think she likes me? But your apartment. I moved out 2 months ago because I bought a house. Wow, you got your own house? No, That one's yours and Mom's. Mine is that one. Mom came out from inside, smiling and waving. Thanks for trying to save me, little sis. My protector. I was happy. He really was the best brother ever. Except for one thing. You made me walk to school in the rain. You see, when I was 16 years old, my life took an unexpected turn. I was born and raised in what people consider to be a prestigious family. I had everything I could wish for, yet it wasn't the life I wanted. As any teenage girl, I wanted to party, hang out with friends, and find true love. But according to my family rules, I can't date anyone I wanted. And as a stubborn kid, I broke the rules. And to make a long story short, I ended up being pregnant from the love of my life, Owen, or so I thought. Well, my story is not about getting pregnant by mistake. No, though I was 16, I wanted to be a mom. A lot of you might judge me for that, but all I wanted was a child of my own. Plus, it sounded like a great idea to convince my parents to let me live my life as I wanted. However, what I was not expecting was my parents' reaction when they heard the news. They treated me as if I was their enemy. They locked me in my room so that no one would notice my belly bump and threatened my boyfriend to stay away from me. I was devastated, and I cried my eyes out every single day. But my boyfriend promised me that when I turned 18, he'll be waiting for me. We will live at his apartment and he'll take care of us. I spent 9 months locked in my own room, suffering. I tried to break out a couple of times, but it didn't work. My parents brought a private doctor to our house and prepared my room to let me give birth there. They spent a fortune in order to protect their reputation, which apparently is more valuable than their daughter. They were so cruel to me, they didn't even allow me to know the gender of my child. All they said is that I won't be able to see it once it's born because they will, and I quote, get rid of it. I begged them to let me hold it or even see it before they took it away, but they just refused. They were heartless. When it was time to give birth, I saw the doctor's tag and memorized his name. I memorized as many details as possible so that when I find a way out, I'll go and look for my baby. I promised to find and protect my child no matter what. After they took my baby away, I was in a deep depression. I felt like part of me was missing and I just couldn't take it anymore. Each passing day, I hated my parents even more and aspired for the day I'd break free. Years passed and I turned 18. For the passing 2 years, I was planning my escape and saving money. And when the day had come, I left a note to my parents telling them that I'm gone for good. I was heartbroken for how they treated me, so I never looked back. I even wished that they would suffer as much as I did when they took my child away. The first thing I did was go to my boyfriend's house. I was so naive, thinking that he would wait 2 years to be with me. I caught him living with another woman that claimed to be his girlfriend. When he saw me that day, he was in a huge shock. He told me that he had lost hope and never expected to see me again. I asked him about the baby, but he had no clue. He said that he tried to search for it, but he had nothing to direct him. So he just had to give up and start over. I was surprised by him. I mean, this is his child. How could he just give up and start over as if nothing happened? I was heartbroken, yet I guess he's right. If you look at the situation from his point of view, he might be right. My parents were too strict towards him, threatened him a couple of times, and he hadn't any piece of information about our child. Plus, he was kind and promised to help me look for our baby. He cooked me some dinner and we talked. I gave him all the information I had, and he assured me that he'll find our baby. Once we were done and I was about to leave, he asked me if I had anywhere else to go. I replied, no, but it's okay, I can rent a room at a motel or something. However, Owen was a good guy and offered me to stay for a while at his apartment. Honestly, I couldn't say no because this was part of my plan from the beginning. His girlfriend was mad. I could tell from the look she had on her face. Yet I didn't care. I am the mother of his child and I have a right to stay at his place more than she does. But what I didn't expect was what happened next. As I was unpacking my stuff, I heard their voices, kissing. I mean, I know I'm the outsider in this house, yet I expected a little respect for being the mother of his child. The next day, when Owen's girlfriend left for work, he came to my room and apologized for what had happened. He explained that it was hard for her to accept what he'd done for me and she wanted to prove to me that he's hers. I appreciated his apology and actually felt kind of bad for him. I mean, he is facing a heart issue. After our conversation, we looked up the doctor's name and found the name of the hospital he works for. When I arrived there, I was shaking. And when I saw the doctor, the whole thing flashed back to my memory and I could hear my baby's voice crying. I had a breakdown and I started sobbing. Owen held me in his arms and the doctors rushed to help me. After that incident, I was finally calm and able to speak to the doctor. However, he refused to tell me anything. He just asked me to leave and never return. But I couldn't give up on my baby, so I came back the next day and looked for him. But to my surprise, there were huge guards that dragged me to a black car outside of the hospital. No one even dared to help me. They drove for what seemed like an hour until we arrived at an abandoned house in the middle of the woods. But what made my jaw drop was when I saw my father standing in front of me. He was the one who did this to me. I couldn't believe a normal person would do such a thing to his daughter, but that was just not enough for him. It's not enough that he didn't apologize or anything. He gave me a plane ticket and some money and said, "You are a disgrace to our family. Just leave and start a new life away from us." That is just unbelievable. What a cruel father. He continued saying that I should just disappear and never try to come back or look for my child again, or else. I was helpless and powerless, so I just had to obey. The whole thing just ended there, and my life took another direction. I went abroad and started a new life. You might be shocked, but 16 years have passed since that day, and I spend my entire life in a foreign country away from everyone, but I can assure you that I haven't forgotten about my kid this whole time. After those years, I finally managed to get back to my country because I had to attend my father's funeral. Yes, the heartless man had died, and I was finally kind of free. When I arrived home, I couldn't feel pity for my mother, though she was broken and needed her daughter. Yet I just couldn't. She agreed to my father's cruelness and tortured me for the past 18 years. From the day they locked me inside my room till this day, I promised myself not to forgive either of them. My mother tried to talk to me every single day, but I just kept on refusing until the day she said, "Rose, I named her Rose after your grandmother. She's as beautiful as you, and she was sent to an orphanage." My heart almost stopped when I heard those words. She gave me some papers and the address to that orphanage. She asked me if we could talk for a bit, but I just refused. I told her that I appreciate her help, but that is not enough to fix what she had broken inside of me. As I was leaving, I saw her shedding some tears. Though I felt bad, I was too angry to just forgive her. So I headed to the orphanage as fast as possible. When I arrived there, I was trembling and shaking. I was terrified and started wondering how Rose would react when I finally tell her that I'm her biological mother. However, as I expected, she wasn't there. I mean, she's 18 years old and probably she'd been adopted or left to live on her own. But what they told me there made me at the edge of collapsing. My poor daughter had been transferred into a couple of foster homes. And 5 years ago, she was last adopted by a grown-up couple who lived in the countryside. After proving that I'm her biological mother, the lady approved of giving me her new address. I was overjoyed and relieved. I'm finally going to meet my daughter after all these years. When I arrived at her foster parents' house, I felt something weird. Suddenly, I had a pain in my stomach and I had trouble breathing. I pulled my car next to their house and noticed that I'm sweating. I guess after all, I'm too nervous to meet my daughter for the first time. I walked towards the door, shivering, and when I knocked, a weird-looking man in his 30s opened it. I immediately asked him about Rose, and to my surprise, he was shocked. He tried to pretend that he never heard of her. I knew he was lying, therefore I offered him money, and it worked. After all, no one can say no to Benjamin Franklin. That man said that she used to live at this house with his aunt, and when she died, Rose refused to stay with him, so she went to live on her own. I was heartbroken and immediately started to cry. My poor daughter. She must have suffered a lot in her life. With my red eyes and puffy nose, I went around asking for her until I found out the whole ugly truth. My poor daughter was in jail. I couldn't forgive myself or my parents after hearing her story. I was told the man who lived in the house was mean to her. He tried to harm her and left her without food or money. He used to let her sleep outside sometimes if she didn't bring enough money from begging. He used her as a beggar, and one time she had to steal because she had nothing to give him and was afraid to face him. But that day she was caught and sent to jail. After hearing what happened to my poor child, I wanted to smash his face into the ground. I wanted to get back to his place and let him wish he was never born. However, I decided to think rationally and reasonably and let justice decide his destiny. After a long, hard day, I went to the jail looking for Rose. And when I finally found her, I burst into tears like a baby. I asked for permission to meet her, yet the police officer apologized and said, "Ma'am, your daughter refused to accept your visit. She said she doesn't want to see you." At that moment, my whole world collapsed. I suddenly realized I was too busy looking for her. I didn't think about her feelings. All I cared about was myself and how bad I wanted to find her. However, I never thought about how she might feel or if she even knows about my existence. I guess she thought that I gave her up. Yet at the same time, she has to know the truth. I won't surrender just like that after what I've been through. Therefore, I kept trying to visit her every single day for the last couple of months, but she kept on refusing. I felt helpless and almost gave up. But then, an idea popped into my head. You might think I'm stupid or mentally ill for what I did next. Well, let me just tell you. Yes, it was. But at the same time, I was desperate to see my daughter, and therefore I decided to join her. Yes, join her in prison. I planned on doing something that might get me the least jail sentence. However, it turned into something unexpected. I messed the whole thing up and ended with a 20-year sentence. I was devastated. I mean, I know what I did was wrong, but it was not on purpose. I just ended up ruining my life and the chance of having a normal life with Rose. But on the bright side, I was finally able to see my daughter. Though it's been like 18 years, and I was not able to watch her first steps and blow out candles for her birthday, I felt satisfied seeing her in front of me. I tried to approach her a couple of times, and when we finally got to talk, I explained everything to her. It was a big burden for her to carry, but I just couldn't wait to spend another minute without her. Days passed, and as I was trying to build a relationship with my daughter, I got notified that a family member is here to visit me. It was my mom. I was bursting with fury and blamed her and my dad for what happened to me and my daughter. But when I was about to refuse her visit, I remembered myself, how desperate I was to meet my daughter. I suddenly noticed that she's been trying to do the same thing with me. She was trying to explain to me that my father is the one that forced her to do what she'd done. I felt like my daughter was treating me like how I treated my mother. I kept on blaming her for something she was forced to do. Therefore, I accepted her visit. When she saw me, she burst into tears and hugged me tight. We sat and talked as I expected. My father was behind everything, and he threatened her as well. But to my surprise, she said that she tried to approach Owen a couple of times and he just ignored her. I was mad at him at first, but I guess after all, he's either scared or acting like a jerk. In either case, I didn't want him in my life again. After our conversation, my mother asked to meet my daughter as well, and to my surprise, Rose agreed. When the three of us sat and talked, we almost cried our eyes out. Yet we agreed that from now on, our future would be different, and we will live our happily ever after. However, the biggest problem was that I had to serve 20 years. But then my mom said she hired a good lawyer for my case and he ordered an appeal. I was super excited. My mother's words brought joy to my ears, and I just wished that it would work and we'd finally be able to live as we wanted. Fortunately, it worked, and I had to serve a much lower sentence. I spent a year with my daughter until she was finally free. We spent a lot of time together, and we were lucky enough to become cellmates.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born, and Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after two kids. What's wrong? Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared. I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that, except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner, you're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace, and as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind...
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point, and by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should, but Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream, so it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the intense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up.
Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy was that the best decision ever! The game took me into the magical world of Mirrorland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Mirrorland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? Yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hero's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hero? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hero,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hero with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food.
Oh my god, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point.
And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again. But for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision. And I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't gonna stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby!
Hello everyone, my name is Diana. Before we get into my story, please like and subscribe. I was born in a tiny town in America, in an old house where my mom had grown up. Our cleaning lady once told me that Mom used to be the most beautiful woman around, and when she walked by, everyone stopped to look at her. She'd left for Hollywood, but she returned when she was pregnant with me. But the version of Mom I knew was not very glamorous. She hardly left the house and spent all day watching soap operas. She was obsessed and was always trying to copy the actress. This woman is the worst actress ever. I can do better. Yeah, that role would have been mine if I didn't give up my career.
Mom didn't say it exactly, but I always felt like
I had gotten in the way of her acting dreams and a different life. Sometimes I kind of felt bad for her, and I tried not to bother her so much. She came in wearing jewelry and some flowy silk gown that was too tight. Did she think she was at the Oscars? She catwalked down the hallway and flirted with all my male teachers. It was so embarrassing. Why did you have to act that way, Mom? Couldn't you just be normal? What? I'm just being myself. I'm an actress. Looking and being a certain way is all part of it. Mom, I'm just a kid. I don't care about your acting and all that. I just want you to be a normal mom. Over time, Mom and I grew more distant, and by the time I was 12, we were living like housemates that barely spoke to each other. One time in 8th grade, I'd asked to borrow some of her clothes for a talent show, but I didn't bother inviting her. To my surprise, though, Mom walked in halfway into the show, and she looked totally normal, just like all the other parents. But soon after, a girl was performing a one-man show, and suddenly, I saw Mom running up to the stage and grabbing the mic from her. Honey, that was so embarrassing. I just couldn't watch anymore. You have to play each character as if you are the character. Look deep into your soul. Come on now, try it again. And oh, maybe you can do one character with a British accent. She started speaking in a terrible British accent. The girl looked as confused as the audience, and I was beyond embarrassed.
Hey, isn't that Diana's wacky mom?
I ran away to hide in the bathroom. I couldn't even do my act anymore. Once the show was over and everyone left, I came out to the parking lot to find Mom there. Hey, I was waiting for you. Why did you come here? Was it to humiliate me? What? No, I came to support you. Then why couldn't you just sit quietly instead of jumping onto the stage and snatching the mic from a kid? I was doing her a favor, and she'll remember me forever for those tips. Come on, let's go home. I'm gonna walk home. In fact, I'm gonna walk all the way to China if that's what it takes to get away from you. Diana, watch out! I suddenly felt something hit me with force and I went flying. I saw a blinding white light and then I passed out. I woke up to Mom's worried face and realized I was in the hospital. Mom told me that I'd been hit by a car. I'd broken my leg and I had to use a cane now. For how long? A few months, at least. We can't be sure when it'll be fully healed, and you might end up with a small limp. I'm so sorry, baby. This is all my fault. That day, I cried so much I thought my eyes were gonna fall out. I tried to stay mad at Mom, but I couldn't. She wasn't great, but I knew she didn't wish for this. When we got home, Mom tried so hard to be the perfect caregiver, but I knew she was struggling. It just didn't come naturally to her, but she never stopped apologizing. Baby, this is all my fault. In times like this, I wish I was more like Carol. Carol was my mother's sister who lived in New York. When I was younger, I always wished she was my mom. She had 2 kids, Theo and Becky, and the holidays I spent with my cousins were my favorite memories. Auntie Carol is quite amazing, and it would be nice to see Theo and Becky. Do you think spending some time with them would make you feel better?
Yes, yes, yes!
If that's what you want, love. And soon enough, I was heading for New York. But my first disappointment came at the airport when I saw Aunt Carol wasn't even there to pick me up. When she didn't show up after a while, I called her. It turned out she'd forgotten. I am so sorry, honey. There was a little situation at the kids' school. She still looked like the amazing aunt I remembered, but something about her also felt different. And when we got to her house, it was really quiet. As Aunt took my luggage to my room, I wandered into the kitchen to find Theo making a sandwich. Hey, Theo, it's so good to see you. Theo just looked at me blankly, then walked off without a word. What the heck? Didn't he remember me? Just then, someone almost knocked me out with a bear hug.
Oh my gosh, you're finally here. I've been waiting all day. Gosh, I missed you. How are you? Well, I know you're a little sad, but I got you now.
Thank God Becky was the same chatterbox I knew. We talked and laughed for hours. Hey, is Theo okay? He was so weird to me earlier. Becky's face instantly fell and she looked like she was gonna cry.
Yeah, that's him these days. Mom thinks it's just a puberty phase, but it's more than that. He's changed so much, I hardly know him anymore.
But at least I have you now. In the coming days, I got to see the new Theo myself. He never spoke to anyone and spent all his time in his room playing video games. One day, Aunt had to go in to make him clean his room, but Theo started yelling like a crazy person. "Leave my room right now! Get out!" One day, Aunt was having a garage sale and Becky and I were helping her out when suddenly a police car pulled up with Theo in it. "Is this your son? He was caught stealing cigarettes and magazines at the mall." All our neighbors were staring at the spectacle, and Aunt's face was red with embarrassment. The policeman let Theo go because he was a first-time offender, but that day, Aunt snapped. "Why have you decided to humiliate me? I work my butt off for you to have everything, and you go around stealing? And what, you're smoking now? That's none of your business. And if my allowance was enough, I wouldn't have to go around stealing, would I? So maybe you're not working hard enough." "Hey, stop that. You're being rude. You know your mom works so hard." "Who asked you? This is a family matter, and just because your mom dumped you here doesn't mean you get to butt into everything." I was so sick of his stupid attitude. I hit him with my cane and we got into a fight, and Aunt had to separate us. "That's enough. Theo, apologize right now." From that day, Theo and I were dead to each other. I didn't care anyway, as long as I had Becky with me. Aunt Carol registered me at my cousin's school soon, which Theo looked very unhappy about since we were in the same grade. On our first day, Theo cornered me right after Aunt dropped us off. "Listen, just stay away from me. Mind your own business, and as far as anyone knows, we are not related. Understood?" It was my first time in school since the accident, and I was nervous, but the students here were really nice. They helped me up the stairs and even helped me find my class. I had a feeling I was gonna love it here. But when the bell rang for recess, I noticed the strangest thing ever. A group of boys ordered Theo to pick up their books and put them in their lockers. And he did, without a word, like he was their servant. During lunch, I noticed him with the same boys again. This time, they made him fetch their lunch, and while he was balancing all the trays, someone bumped into him and he fell down, and those jerks all laughed at him. "Hey, what's the deal with that boy?" "Oh, that poor boy is Theo, and that blonde guy in their group is Billy, and the rest are his minions. They've been hurting Theo forever. One time, Theo reported Billy and got him into detention, and since then, it's gotten so much worse. Like they're really trying to punish him. Sometimes I feel bad about not helping him, but we're all scared of those jerks." My heart broke into a million pieces. Theo was being bullied by monsters. And why hadn't Becky said anything? "You must know what Theo was going through. Why haven't you told Aunt all this time?" "Diana, Mom works for the company Billy's dad owns, and you don't know how far Billy can go to make someone miserable. He's a spoiled brat, and if he asks his dad, Mom would lose her job in a second. Theo has forced me to stay quiet and says he can put up with it. He says things will be worse if he doesn't." I tried to understand her point of view, but I just couldn't. This had to stop. That night, I went to Theo's room. "Listen, I'm really sorry for the way Billy is treating you, and he needs to be punished." "Didn't I ask you to mind your own business? And it's not how it looks. I do stuff for those guys and get paid for it." "You get paid to run around like their errand boy? That's humiliating. Let me help you." "No, you'll make it worse. It's just for a few more months and then we'll graduate. I'm handling it just fine." "No, you're not. You are hurting, and everyone close to you is hurting too. Can't you see it?" "Leave me alone." But I just couldn't. So the next day, I made videos every time I saw Billy bully him, then sent them to the principal's email address. The next day, I felt a million butterflies when I found out that Billy had just been called in by the principal and suspended for 2 weeks. Not long enough, but a little justice. But when I got home, Theo was furious. "I told you to leave it alone. He's gonna come back and have my head." "No, he won't. The principal knows now." "You are such a dumb, nosy idiot. You think the principal will actually take serious action against someone like Billy? Thanks for ruining my life." For the entire 2 weeks, he was so paranoid and looking over his shoulder. And the day Billy was supposed to be back, I noticed tears in Theo's eyes on our way to school. I silently prayed that he'd leave Theo alone and that I hadn't made things worse. But during lunch that day, I noticed a crowd gathered outside. I got closer and saw Theo surrounded by Billy and his boys. OMG, they were gonna hurt him. "Hey, leave him alone! Stop it!" But no one heard me. Then suddenly, I felt a huge force rush through my legs, and I charged forward and hit Billy in the knees with my cane. He fell to the ground and stared at me furiously. Theo had grabbed Billy by the collar and punched him in the face.
No one messes with my cousin.
Luckily, someone had called the principal to the scene, and everyone said that Billy tried to hurt me. The principal told him he was expelled.
You can't do that. Do you know who my father is?
Oh, yes, I know, son. And I'm sure he wouldn't want word getting out that his son goes around beating kids with disabilities. That wouldn't be good for his reputation. You hurt a girl with a cane. I'll talk to your father right now. Billy was indeed expelled, and his minions were suspended for the rest of the term. Billy's father also reached out to Aunt Carol to apologize and promise that his son would not be bothering her family again. After it was all over, Aunt Carol turned to Theo in tears. I should have known. I'm such a bad mom.
No, you're not, Mom. You're the best, and I'm sorry for all the hurt I've caused you.
And then he pulled me into their hug, too.
Thank you for everything. I really owe you one.
I'm just happy to have you back, cousin. From that day, things changed. Theo started to get better and becoming his old self, and my leg had started recovering too. I could now walk for short distances without my cane, and I didn't have a limp. One day, we were having dinner when someone knocked on the door. It was Mom, and she looked different. For the first time, she looked happy. She told us she'd gotten an opportunity to be in a big movie in LA, but she'd turned it down to take me home.
I'm so happy you're getting better. I want to be there for you during your recovery. I'm learning slowly, but I do want to be the best mom for you, really.
Mom, I really appreciate that, but you have to take that role. You'd be crazy to turn it down.
What?
It's your dream, and I'm happy here. Go to LA, become the biggest movie star, then come back to me. I know you love me, and I love you too. But sometimes, the best way to show love to someone is by loving yourself. Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a hopeless romantic. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I completely blame Mom for my problem. She's been a soap opera actor since her teens, and I think playing the heroine and all those love stories made her believe they were half real, even though she was often disappointed in reality. But a hopeless romantic doesn't give up easily. Despite some bad experiences, you continue to believe that one day true love really will conquer all. So I grew up watching classic romantic movies and Disney fairy tales, and I believed in soulmates and love at first sight and happily ever afters. That's what the movies told us. It had to happen as long as we believed. Well, Mom was still looking, and I was on this journey with her. And when things went bad, I was waiting with ice cream and her favorite rom-com, When Harry Met Sally.
When you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
Oh, my heart. This gets me every time. God, where are these men hiding? As Mom threw her bowl away angrily, my BFF Lauren walked in. Did I come at a bad time? Oh, no. We're just watching rom-coms and crying. The usual. Come on, join us. I was mostly a normal teenager, even a successful one. I'd inherited Mom's good looks, had plenty of friends, and I got good grades. My only problem was that I was always looking for love, and I fell for guys way too easily. Like there was Anthony in freshman year, who was the one, until he stopped calling and pretended he didn't know me at school. Or Leo, who forgot to tell me that he was moving to California till he had already moved. And most recently, Mark, who suddenly told me he was becoming a priest and couldn't date girls anymore. I don't get it. These guys seem to like me, and it's going great, and then I don't know what happens. They go out with you because you're pretty and cool, and then you lose your mind and drive them away. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't know. How about when you told Anthony on the second date that you were in love with him? Or Leo, man, you looked deep into his eyes and said you could see his soul. Or Mark, you sang a song for him at his sister's wedding. You weren't even invited. I just wear my heart on my sleeve. You come on too strong, and you always pick the wrong guys. They look like your dumb idea of Prince Charming, and they're exciting, but they're not right for you. Okay. But look at this guy I bumped into at the coffee shop today. He asked me out. Lauren immediately set a calendar alert for 6 weeks. What's that for? When you guys break up? This time it's different. I'd love to be wrong about this. But she was never wrong. 6 weeks, like clockwork, the end. And I would scream into my pillow and swear off stupid boys forever. Till the next one, of course. Lauren always supported me, but after watching my summer romance crash and burn before senior year, she'd had enough. I can't watch you go through this again. Listen, why don't you let me choose someone for you? I know you inside out, and I'll pick someone right. I'll try anything at this point. Okay, but there are 3 rules. First, you have to go out with my pick. Deal. And you have to get to know him before you decide you're in love. Don't rush into it. Agreed? And you can't reject him until you've had at least 3 dates. Done. We wrote it into a contract and signed it. Lauren was taking her research very seriously, and I couldn't wait. But that Friday, I came home from school to find moving trucks next door. I casually looked out my window, and that's when I saw him. He was carrying boxes, and it was a hot day, so he took his shirt off, and I nearly fell out. The boy was a freaking work of art, and his smile brighter than the sun. I wished I was the box he was carrying inside his house. Maybe on our wedding day. Snap out of it, idiot. I really tried, but I just couldn't stop thinking about him. So 2 days later, I went over to introduce myself. I rang the doorbell, but suddenly I lost my nerve. I turned around to run, and I tripped, and I landed face flat in mud. Someone helped me up, and I turned to the son of Zeus himself.
Hey, you okay? That must have been a bad fall.
Oh, this? No, you've got it all wrong. See, we don't have mud at our place right now, so I just came over to do a mud facial. It's really good for your skin. You should try it. Not that you need it. No, sirree.
I've seen you around, and you don't need it either. You're really pretty and all. I'm Brett, by the way.
He held out his hand, and when we touched, fireworks. I don't remember much from that moment, except that he said he was going to start at my school on Monday. I practically floated back home. I couldn't wait to tell Lauren, except the next day at school, she told me she'd finally picked someone for me. Lauren was explaining her decisions by the locker, but my eyes were busy scanning the hallways for Brett. Are you hearing any of this? Of course, yeah, sure, thank you. But just then, Brett walked up to me, smiling.
Hey, I was hoping to run into you. Think you can show me around later?
I would love to. As he walked away, Lauren turned towards me angrily. No! What do you mean, no? You have to go with the guy I picked. You signed a contract, remember? I know, it's just that...
La 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 la, can't hear you.
Okay, fine. Lauren had picked out this guy, Steven, and she forced me to talk to him. We'd been going to school together for years. He was perfectly nice and even cute in a skinny, geek kind of way, but I didn't feel that spark. Still, I agreed to go out with Steven on Friday night because of that stupid contract, but I couldn't get Brett off my mind. Every day that week, we met after school in his kitchen, did our homework together, and just got to know each other. I found myself falling for him, hard. On Thursday, I learned he was falling too.
So, wanna go out with me tomorrow night?
I can't. It's just this stupid thing I agreed to do for my friend. She picked someone for me and I committed to this date this Friday.
What about Saturday then?
Saturday sounds perfect. The next night was my date with Steven, and it was interesting. I always thought he was shy, but once he got talking, it was hard to stop him. He was smart and made super lame jokes that he cracked up over himself, which made me laugh, but I decided to come clean. Look, this was great, but I kinda have my heart set on someone else right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. That's a relief, actually. I'm coming out of a relationship and I'm not ready for anything serious. So, who's the guy?
It's my new neighbor. It was like love at first sight, like he's my soulmate, you know?
No, I don't actually. I think that whole idea is stupid.
What? Why?
'Cause it's stupid? Like what? We're supposed to believe that Cinderella and her prince found true love after dancing for 2.5 minutes?
There are so many other examples.
Romeo and Juliet, those morons didn't live long enough to discover there were probably better people out there for them.
How can you not believe in love?
You have to know someone with all their flaws and then decide if you still like them enough to want to be with them. I believe in love, just not your dumb fairy tale version of it. How old are you, 10?
Gosh, you're so rude. I flung a glass of water in his face before I stormed out. Who was this jerk to judge me? I had to break the contract. No way was I going on 2 more dates with this guy. Lauren wanted to know all about my date, but I decided to tell her the details later. I had my date with Brett the next night, and that was amazing. We grabbed a quick bite from this burger joint and then went to a party with other seniors. I couldn't believe how quickly he had made friends with everyone. People just gravitated towards him, and I loved that. We danced all night, and standing next to him, I felt important. We kissed for the first time on my porch. I walked inside feeling excited and dizzy, and then I found Lauren sitting on my bed. Yeah, she knew. I'm so sorry. I was gonna tell you, it's just this time, it's really real. Lauren pulled out her phone and started flicking through it. He's incredible. He's confident and fun, and we went to this party. Lauren, can you please look at me? What are you doing? 6 weeks. Just setting my alert. Come on, don't be that way. Why did you go out with Steven in the first place? Why did you ask me to do any of this? You put so much more faith in random guys than you do in people who actually love you. Steven turned out to be a jerk, okay? He and I have nothing in common. But with Brett, it's something I've never felt before. I have to give this a chance. Okay, 6 weeks. And you know what? Just turn that alert off. You jinx my relationships. Oh, it's my fault now? I'm not turning it off. Yes, you are. Give me that. We both ended up wrestling like crazy over the phone, but as I pulled at it, it suddenly went flying and smashed into the wall. I tried to apologize, but Lauren just stormed off. I'd never really had a falling out with her, and it didn't feel good. But if she couldn't support me being with Brett, then I wasn't talking to her. Brett and I were inseparable, and every weekend we went to some new exciting place or party. I'd never felt so happy. Maybe I was finally done with all the dates and all the boys, but after a perfect month, things slowly started changing. Brett seemed a bit distant. He didn't want to go out on dates or parties so often now. When I asked him about it, he said he missed hanging out with his friends and wanted to spend more time with them. But I had this nagging feeling, and I'm not proud of this, but I followed him from his house to the other end of town, watched him walk into a house party, then watched him kiss another girl. I stormed up to him and grabbed him by his shirt. What do you think you're doing?
Kiara, you followed me?
You're cheating on me.
Look, can we please not do this here?
OMG, is this your crazy ex you were just telling me about? The one who has a whole journal for your future wedding? Girl, I saw the pictures, and you're pathetic. My what? You went through my things and took pictures?
I just found it under your pillow one day. What were you thinking? Planning our wedding? You even had pictures of what our kids would look like. Who does that?
What I do in private is none of your business, and I never said anything to you.
But it was about me, and it's just creepy, okay? And I guess it made me realize that you're way more into me than I am into you.
And you weren't even man enough to break up with me? You just started seeing someone else? You know who does that? A stupid jerk. I pushed him so hard that he fell on his new girlfriend, and I ran out of the party in angry tears. As I waited for an Uber outside, someone gently took my hand. It was Steven. Oh, perfect. You were here to see everything. Go ahead, gloat, laugh at me.
I don't want to do that, Kiara. He's a jerk. This is not your fault.
No, but it is, because I'm so in love with the idea of being in love that I ignore the signs. I've seen him flirting with other girls, and I know he's full of himself, but I just felt so lucky that he chose me. That is pathetic, isn't it?
What can I do to make you feel better? Can I take you home?
Could you take me to Lauren's? I found Lauren in her room, and I just burst into tears. She immediately put her arms around me like she'd done every time in the past. You have to see how valuable you really are. You give too much of yourself to people who don't deserve it. What I don't deserve is a friend like you. But you're stuck with me anyway. Lauren stuck with me in the weeks that followed, and she wouldn't let Brett come near me in school when he tried to apologize. But Brett was persistent. Finally, I agreed to meet him on my porch, and for the first time, he didn't seem so confident.
I made a terrible mistake, Kiara. I just got freaked out over nothing. And not being with you made me realize how I really feel about you. Please, give me another chance.
It would have been so easy to just fall into his arms. No, I'm too valuable to give you any more of my time. It's over. We're over. A couple of weeks later, I was sitting on the bleachers when Steven joined me.
I need to apologize for our date. I had no right to judge you.
Yeah, you didn't, but you weren't wrong. And for the record, I was enjoying our date till I got mad at you.
I was enjoying our date too, till you told me you liked someone else. I lied about my breakup, just so I sound.
I slammed my bedroom door shut and spit at my best friend's picture. I hated her and everyone in my family. Because I had this condition, they thought they could use me. But oh boy, they messed with the wrong girl. Hi, I'm Lulia from Ukraine. I'm the youngest in our family with 3 older brothers. My dad never wanted a girl. He just wanted to raise a team of healthy young boys. He was very proud of himself for being so manly that he had only produced sons. But Mom had always really wanted a daughter. When she gave birth to me, he glared down at my tiny red face and said to my mom, "So, you finally did it, huh? I swear, if she isn't pretty, you're really gonna pay for it." My mom did everything to take really good care of me and make me pretty. Once she came to me and said, "Listen, you're not allowed to eat junk food ever." And she snatched the candy from my hand. When she left, I opened the lower drawer and took another candy. I ate whatever I wanted behind her back. Mom started taking me to salons when I was 5, and she would leave me there. I would regularly get manicures and pedicures. Every day I'd have a routine of face masks and visits to the hair salon. But no session would go on for more than 10 minutes before I interrupted it. One time, I pushed the ladies away and yelled at them. I took out my stories. "Read this for me, and I will tell Mom you did a great job." They loved it. One day, I also asked them to start teaching me how to read. They said I was too young, but I said,
Try me. I never knew I was going to learn how to read and write in a hair salon. Dad was delighted that I turned out to be so pretty. He used to carry me around on his shoulders all over the neighborhood to show me off. One day, when I was in the 5th grade, my teacher gave me the role of the princess's dad. When Dad heard about it, he came to the school the next day and yelled at the teacher and insulted her. He made her make me the princess, or else. When he left, I told the teacher,
I apologize for Dad's stupidity. I'm going to play the role of the princess's dad because I love it.
and I hugged her. There was nothing Dad wouldn't do for his favorite child. But suddenly, all that changed. When I was in the 7th grade, I came back home one day feeling really itchy all over. I looked at the mirror and saw my skin was as red as a rotten tomato. Dad came in, of course without knocking, and saw me. He freaked out and quickly took me to the best skin doctor in the city. After examining me, the doctor said I had a rare condition called dermographism, which means skin writing. That's because I could etch my name into my skin using only the pressure of a fingernail. He said there was no reason for why it might flare up at times, and there was really no cure for it. When we left the clinic, I told Dad, "Don't worry, Dad. I will read about this disease and find ways to fix this." Dad looked at me with disgust and said he didn't want a daughter like me. I wished Mom would just slap him, or one of my brothers would tell him he's being a complete jerk. But nothing happened. Dad just turned away and left the house. Why was Dad a terrible piece of ugh? I swore to always keep my condition a secret. I couldn't trust anyone with it, except my best friend Monica.
You should come over tonight so we can read about this disease together.
When Dad saw her, he hugged her. Your parents must be so proud to have such a beautiful daughter. My brothers were even more ridiculous. They knew she was really rich, and my youngest brother kept asking her how many servants she had. The eldest kept hitting on her, and when she told him to stop, he said he would if she paid him $100. I threw my shoe at him and told him he was a pig. I told them all to shut up and took Monica's hand and led her to my room. We both read about the disease for days and found nothing. When I got to middle school, I had eyes only for one boy, Elon. Once, we were sitting in the library. I noticed my hands had started to turn a little red. Feeling alarmed, I let go, but suddenly, Elon pulled me in by the waist and kissed me. Just then, I saw Monica. She was standing there, staring at me with the most hateful expression. She came to me with a manic look and suddenly grabbed my wrist. Instantly, big red welts started to appear. She snatched the friendship bracelet she'd given me, sending beads flying everywhere.
How could you even think of going out with Elon when you knew he's my dream? I hate you.
I just stared at her, stunned. How could I possibly know? You've never said a word.
You need to stop seeing him or I'll tell him about your secret.
Oh, how could she? I said, fine, I will stop seeing him. She instantly smiled and hugged me tight, like a psycho. Of course, I wasn't going to stop seeing Elon. Monica wasn't the boss of me. I started dating him in secret. In the school hallways, I would simply walk past him like he didn't exist. But we would meet up outside later every day, and I was fast falling in love. One day, Elon and I decided to skip gym class and meet at the big tree in the schoolyard. Elon had just pulled me in for a kiss when I felt someone drag me away by my shirt. I turned around to see Monica, and this time, she just went insane. She kept shouting, "Liar, liar," as she pinched and poked my arms. Thick red rashes were popping up like crazy all over my skin. Elon stepped back, looking horrified.
Look, Elon, she's a complete freak.
I felt helpless at first, but then I felt a wave of fury rise inside me. I slapped her hard across the cheek and ran off. Elon kept texting me and said he couldn't care less about my allergies. All he wanted was to see me. I didn't reply to any of his calls or messages. One night, I heard a gentle tapping on my window, and I pushed back the curtains to see that it was Elon. Please, leave me alone, Elon. You deserve someone much better. I'm not leaving until you talk to me, Lulia. He just wouldn't go away, no matter how hard I tried. I was afraid he'd wake someone up, so I let him in. He took my hands and looked at me earnestly. Lulia, there isn't a thing about you that could make me love you any less. My heart completely melted, and I let him stay with me for the night. Suddenly, we heard some noises downstairs, and Elon quickly snuck out. A few moments later, I heard a knocking on the window. I smiled and ran to open it, but when I parted the curtain, I almost screamed and fell back in horror. It was Monica.
What do you think you're doing here, you witch? I'm here to warn you, that boy is mine. I'm not sharing him with anyone. You better break up with him or else.
I locked the window and shut the curtains in her face. Thankfully, it seemed like she'd left. But man, the girl was turning into a complete nut job. The next day in school, I could see Monica by the lockers giving me a deathly glare. I also spotted Elon smiling and waving at me. If she thought I was scared of her, she was mistaken. I ran up to him, grabbed his face, and gave him a long kiss. When I looked up, she had disappeared. What was this psycho up to? Later that day in art class, I was painting away my self-portrait when suddenly I felt a dash of cold water on my back. I gasped, and to my horror, I saw that my painting was completely ruined.
That's so much better, actually. Now it looks more like you, a freak.
I just snapped. I turned around and was about to throw a tin of paint in Monica's face, but I stopped when I saw the teacher coming.
My eyes, my eyes! This monster is out of control.
What? I didn't even touch her. The art teacher swooped down in no time and started yelling at me. Lulia, I will not stand for this behavior. How could you hurt the most gentle girl in class? She wouldn't listen to a word I said. I kept pointing to my ruined work, but she kept on insulting me and said I'd been raised by savages. I'd just had it. Shut up, you idiot. I know her daddy's donation set up this art studio. That's the only reason you're taking her side. Of course, I ended up in the principal's office and waited while she called my parents. As soon as I saw Dad walk into the office instead of Mom, I just knew I was ruined. He'd probably ground me for life. The principal pursed her lips. We are shocked that any student of ours would behave like this. She has no respect for anyone and is a disgrace to this school and to you. I was sure my dad would agree with her. He rose up from his chair and punched the table. No one talks about my daughter this way. I'll make sure you regret it. She's the smartest girl you will ever meet. And he took me by the arm and we left. On our way home, he finally looked at me directly after such a long time and said, "Don't ever give up on what you want. Be strong and keep fighting." And that was the last time I ever saw Dad. By the time I woke up the next morning, he had already packed all his bags and left for good. Mom, where did Dad go? My stupid brother scowled at me. You finally drove him away. It's your stupid condition that made him so depressed. He couldn't handle having a broken daughter anymore. Mom banged her glass on the table. Shut up and stop treating your sister that way. All you men are jerks. He left because he's in love with a rich woman who's 15 years older than him. I was stunned. Dad was so confusing. I never really understood him at all. Mom started dating a new man and looked happier than I'd ever seen her. She was making an effort to look good, and I was happy for her. But my brothers weren't happy about it. 2 of them left the house, and the youngest stayed because he was still in school. I didn't miss Dad all that much, really. But his last words were stuck in my head. I kept going out with Elon openly, and Monica stayed out of my way since that day. When I got to high school, though, my condition got much worse. My allergy would flare up at any time. People started to notice and would point or whisper, so I started wearing long-sleeve shirts and pants to hide my skin. One day, Elon came up to me beaming. Hey, babe, you're coming over to dinner tonight. My place. I can't wait for my parents to meet you. I told him I wasn't sure if I was ready, but eventually I agreed. The minute I stepped into his house, his mom's face froze mid-smile, and she looked at me like I was a demon. Elon, what's that on her neck and arms? She's disgusting. What a rude woman she was. Mom, what is wrong with you? You want to keep seeing her? Fine, but you can have another girlfriend, can't you? How about that beautiful rich one who comes here often? What's her name? Yeah, that Monica. I couldn't believe my ears. What a cheater! Elon turned to me and said he could explain, but I just slapped him and left. I was so heartbroken and angry at this betrayal. I never spoke to Elon again. He tried approaching me at school a couple of times, but I always rejected him. One day, I was sitting alone on the bleachers when a handsome jock came and sat next to me. Hey, I need some help with math. Will you be my tutor? I knew exactly who he was, even if he didn't know me. Yes, of course. It's the best revenge ever. What revenge? Oh, never mind. Let's start now. We got closer over time and started going out. One day, Sean invited me over for dinner at his place. As soon as I entered the house, I spotted Monica on the stairs, staring at me in complete shock. This was priceless. What are you doing here? Oh, didn't your brother tell you? I'm his girlfriend.
You can't go out with her. She's a big freak. Break up with her now.
Luckily, Sean's parents walked in just then and seemed horrified by Monica's behavior. Her dad told her to shut up and go to her room. She stormed off in a rage. Sean's parents were so lovely. I had no idea how they'd raised a witch like Monica, but I decided to try and mend things with her and went to her room after dinner. Monica was lying on the bed and didn't even turn around to look at me. I sat down and said, "Look, Monica, you and I used to be best friends once. Can we just start over? I forgive you for everything you did to me." "Who asked for your forgiveness?" And in a flash, she'd turned to pounce on me like a wildcat. Before she could hurt me, Sean barged in and pulled her away from me. "Thank you for saving me from your crazy sister." And I started kissing him just to make Monica angry. She screamed in anger and left her own room. Weeks passed and I graduated from high school with honors. I'd never meant to fall in love with Sean, but I had over this time we'd been dating. One day, my youngest brother came to me and asked me to ask Sean for money. What? I won't do that. I'm not a gold digger, you moron. We got into an argument for an hour until he tried to attack me. I threw a plate at him, but it missed his face by inches. "Fine, I know what I'm going to do." The next day, Sean called me to tell me that my brother was caught last night trying to steal Sean's car. Oh my God, that was so embarrassing. He told me he wasn't going to send him to jail for me. When my brother came home, I yelled at him. He said that he'd had enough of me and Mom and he left to live with Dad. Whatever. At least I had Sean. We were headed to different colleges, and we promised that we would make a long-distance relationship work. But almost as soon as I left, it got really difficult to get a hold of him. He'd mostly reject my calls and say he was busy, but I could see from his Instagram account that he was partying hard. Then he wouldn't even reply to my messages for weeks. When he finally did, it was to say that he wanted to break up with me because long distance was too hard. Plus, he thought that me and my family were weird and crazy. What a jerk. I was pretty sure he'd found some bimbo. I stopped dating for a whole year and would turn down any offers by guys to go out. I wanted to do well at university so I could make something of myself. One day, I walked into a lecture hall and I couldn't believe my eyes. I never thought I'd ever see him again. It was Elon. He came and sat beside me and said he deserved one chance to explain himself. He said that he never loved Monica, and she kept stalking him and showing up at his place, but he'd always rejected her. He'd wanted to try talking to me again, but by then I was seeing Sean. We started dating once more, and Elon decided to tell his parents. He called his mom, and she went berserk over the phone. I could hear her shouting, "There is no way you can ever bring that girl to my home." "Fine, Mom, then I guess I won't ever be coming home too." And with that, he hung up. After a year of dating, we got married. There was no one at the ceremony except the two of us, and we didn't care. We didn't need anyone ruining our happiness. 4 months after the wedding, I called up Mom to tell her I was married and was pregnant. She seemed delighted for me, but said she was too busy with her new husband to come see me. Elon and I were blessed with a lovely baby girl, Anastasia, and we are making sure that we teach her to always love herself.
Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space. I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food though because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was gonna let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger, but I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations, you just made it to Phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to Phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try: zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone, but then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick.
It really is. I'm Marisol.
It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad brought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe, but he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry, I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy. Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat, but this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm gonna do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that.
At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm gonna try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync. It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land. You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit, it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless.
Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing.
All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle. Mind if I join you? Of course not. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls. I know what you mean. You really had my back in the simulator. We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do. Friends? Friends. You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen. Really? But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can. Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other. Deal. The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached.
All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I had gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was gonna give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid. just like my heroes inspired me. To attend a ridiculously fancy dinner with my parents. My scalp hurt since Mom made me wear my hair in a really tight bun, and my long, stupid dress was covered with so many sequins I felt like scratching my skin off. Remember, you are to speak softly, chew quietly, and only take small, ladylike bites. And when you talk, don't use words like, literally, hashtag. It makes you sound stupid. They continued giving me etiquette instructions like police officers. And as always, their harsh tone made me nervous. When we entered the restaurant, things took a turn. I noticed this boy at the dinner table, and he just wouldn't stop staring at me. He was cute, sure, but when he immediately sat down next to me, I felt uncomfortable. Wait, I'll introduce myself first. I'm Noelle from Utah, and I have the meanest and strictest parents ever. You'd think coming from a rich family of socialites would be fun, but for me, it's the opposite. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I tried to change seats, but everyone was already settled, so I politely asked Mom to switch with me. No, I want you to get to know that boy. Your father and I were hoping you two could get married in a couple of years. Of course, you wouldn't be allowed to actually date him until college, but he comes from a very impressive family. Throughout the dinner, I learned the boy's name was Graham, and his aunt was an important politician. My parents fawned over him, and I thought he was plain boring. So I texted my BFF Star to come and help me get out of this. A half hour later, Star ran inside, shrieking, "Noelle, come help me! I just got bitten by a poisonous spider!" I can call you an ambulance. Don't tell me how to handle my spider bite, jerk! With that, Star yanked my arm and led me outside. I couldn't stop thanking her for rescuing me, but Star looked annoyed. You better be thanking me. I interrupted my date with Thornton for this. You are so freaking needy sometimes. I looked over to see Star's new boyfriend waiting for us in a car. He and Star had only gone out on one date, but he was already smitten with her. My parents wouldn't even let me have a boyfriend till college. And as usual, I felt jealous of Star. In fact, I've been jealous of her ever since we met in preschool. She was prettier than me, she had more friends, and even though we both loved to sing, Star had the voice of an angel, while I couldn't carry a tune. She also had the world's sweetest parents. They didn't make much money, but they loved Star to bits. At least I had my mansion to keep me happy, but it was all I had. One day, I was doing my homework when Mom came in and said Star was waiting for me downstairs. She says she needs to talk to you urgently, but I told her she has 2 minutes tops. I'm sick of her popping by all the time. Her poisonous spider outburst cost us that important dinner. I was relieved Mom didn't blame me for that, but when I met Star at the door, my mood changed. I just came by to tell you that I won't be able to hang out for a while. Okay, how come? Because I just got a record deal. Some music producer heard my songs on YouTube and he wants to sign me. So I'm gonna be really busy recording my album and meeting fellow pop stars. Wow, if you think about it, I'm living your dream. So don't call or text me these coming weeks. I felt like I'd been slapped in the face 10 times. I told Star I was happy for her, but I didn't really mean it. For the next few weeks, I went with my parents to more dinners and parties while feeling bored out of my mind. And then one morning, things took a crazy turn. I got a phone call from Star's dad, who said he had horrible news. Star had gone missing. I immediately drove to her house, where Star's parents showed me the note she had left. "Don't come after me." I kept checking in with her parents over the next few days, but the police hadn't made much progress. Then one day, he called me over and told me something strange. Noelle, listen carefully. Nobody can know that Star is missing. She just got a recording contract, and we can't afford to lose the money from that. What are you talking about? Your freaking daughter is missing and you're thinking about her music contract? That's just demented. Everyone in town should be on the lookout for Star. Star's dad assured me that he'd hire a private search team to look for her, but in the meantime, he still needed the money from her recording contract. You see the way we live, honey? The three of us share a one-room apartment. This contract could change our lives. That's why we need you to pretend to be Star. She doesn't start recording for a couple of weeks, and we should find her by then. You just need to make a few public appearances. And don't worry, we're telling the school that she's transferring. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was about to tell them no way, but they both started to cry and told me that this was for the best. So I finally gave in. The first step was my disguise. On my way home, I bought a wig and colored contacts. Luckily, Star and I had a very similar build and facial structure, so hopefully the disguise would be enough. Star's parents also lent me her clothes and schedule. And step 2 was making sure my parents wouldn't know about my secret appointments. So I told them I was joining the physics club, which would have practices every day after school. And thankfully, they bought it. Thank God that was out of the way. Now it was time for my first appointment as Star. I was supposed to meet her new boyfriend Thornton at a restaurant. I waited nervously as Thornton approached me. I'd never been on a date before, and it didn't help that Thornton looked like a Greek god.
Star, is that you? You look different. Like, your face is bonier than I remember, and your nose is way longer.
Okay, that's enough. My face doesn't look any different, babe. You probably just don't remember it that well, since we've only met twice.
You're probably right. My bad. I'll make it up to you by ordering you some tea, sweet cheeks. You sound like you have a cold.
Did he just insult my voice? Throughout the date, I discovered that even though Thornton was attractive, he was also the most annoying chatterbox on earth. He especially wouldn't shut up about this YouTube channel he liked called My Story Animated.
MSA is so dope. I literally watch it all the time. Oh, did you know they're also on TikTok? Because
TikTok is really bad for your attention span. I'd suggest you watch MSA on YouTube. It's probably better quality. By the end of our day, I felt like I needed a 10-year nap. Then as we were walking, Thornton pulled me close to him and kissed me. My stomach exploded with butterflies.
You are something else, babe. I already feel like I'm in love.
I was too shaken to speak as he walked away. I felt horrible for kissing my best friend's boyfriend. He'd totally taken me by surprise. Next time, I'd have to tell him I had a mouth sore or something. For the next few days, I met with the music producers, made appearances, and went over my recording schedule. I was still worried about Star, but I secretly loved living her life. One afternoon, I went to a cafe to change out of Star's disguise, but as I was taking off my wig, I saw someone watching me. I screamed when I realized it was Graham.
Noelle, is that you? Why are you wearing a disguise?
What the heck are you doing in here?
I think you're in the boys' bathroom. Seriously, why are you in disguise? And why are you wearing a necklace that says STAR?
Oh, crud. I was gonna have to tell him, or he'd probably report me to my parents. So I told Graham everything, but begged him to keep his mouth shut, and he surprisingly agreed.
You're in a difficult situation, but don't worry. I'll help you get out of this as soon as possible. We can even do our own secret search for your friend.
I didn't exactly want to go on any secret mission with him, but he looked like an excited puppy, and I didn't want to get on his bad side. So when nobody was home, the two of us snuck into their apartment one night to see if Star had left any clues. We didn't have much luck until I bumped my elbow against a painting and it fell down. To my horror, I saw a taped picture of me behind the painting. Star had drawn a mustache on me and wrote a note at the bottom. I hate this ugly, worthless, spoiled witch. She's only good for her credit cards and the food she feeds me at her 4-story palace. Good thing she didn't notice the money I stole from her wallet. I then saw several $100 bills taped to the poster. I felt numb with rage. All these years, Star had just liked me for my money? She is such a snake. I have literally never done anything to her.
I know. We're gonna find Star and confront her.
I don't want to look for her anymore. Leave that to her search team.
But aren't you worried about her safety?
I didn't answer him. I just went home and felt my anger bubble like lava. If Star didn't want her perfect life, then I was more than happy to take over. That week, I made friends with 3 different celebrities, bought lunch for her parents, and went out every single night with Thornton. And even though he was the most obnoxious guy on earth, I made sure to kiss him as much as possible. One night, I decided for the first time in my life to stay past my curfew. And when I arrived home, my parents were ballistic.
Physics club, my butt. You young lady are up to something else. I wasn't born yesterday.
Obviously, I'm not at any physics club. I'm just enjoying my life for once, like any normal teenager. I'm turning 18 next month, and I'm not gonna let you run my life anymore. Mom and Dad screamed at me and threatened to ground me for a month, but I wouldn't let them. Finally, I went to bed, and I felt a weight lifted off my chest, like I was a new person. The next day, Graham called me several times, but I didn't answer. I didn't know him anything. Then finally, he showed up at my house.
Noelle, I know you're mad at Star, but I found something about her the night you ran out. She left a clue on her balcony.
How many times do I have to tell you? She's not my problem anymore.
So you just don't care at all what's happened to her? Are you some kind of sociopath? You don't even know if she's alive. You know what? I don't even think you're mad about the stuff she did to you. You want to steal Star's life from her. I bet a part of you even wishes she's missing for good.
Graham stormed out before I could answer. I decided to take a walk, but I couldn't get his words out of my head. Deep down, I knew they were true, even though I was too ashamed to admit it. I stopped by Star's place on the way to check for the clue Graham told me about, but when I arrived, I saw hundreds of people and reporters there, and Star's parents were in tears.
Some boy told your parents about Star being missing, and now it's all over the news. And we're in trouble because we asked you to disguise yourself as Star. The company took away her recording contract, Noelle. We told you not to tell anyone about this.
I felt horrible as everyone crowded Star's parents, blaming them for everything that had happened. Then suddenly, I remembered that Star had left a clue on the balcony. I slipped inside the apartment, and on the balcony, I saw an empty fish tank with a note inside, "Fish out of water." On the back was a drawing of a mountain with a crown on top of it. And then it hit me. Star was at a famous Utah park called King's Peak, and she'd circled the top of the mountain in red marker. I immediately told the police, and they said they'd give me a ride so I could help find her. But unfortunately, Thornton insisted on tagging along. Could this day get any worse?
Man, I can't believe I was dating you this whole time. I knew something was a little off, cause I pick up on things quickly, not to brag, but man, that was evil what you did to Star. I mean, sure, you kiss way better than her, but
thank God I don't have to deal with this anymore. It took us 3 days to hike to the top of the mountain, and when we arrived, Star was lying down peacefully, but when she saw us, she jumped. You found me! I didn't expect anyone to find me! Well, I saw your clue inside that fish tank, so I solved your riddle. Wow, congratulations! You're almost as smart as you are selfish. I saw pictures on Instagram of you making out with my boyfriend, you witch! At that second, Star slapped me across the face and tackled me to the ground.
oh, cat fight, baby.
Shut up already, Thornton. You are literally the most annoying person ever. I only dated you for revenge anyway. I pulled Star aside so I could talk to her alone, and I told her everything that had happened, how her parents forced me to be her, and how I discovered the money and poster behind the painting, which was the only reason I'd gone out with Thornton. He really is such a pain, and he's so freaking obsessed with me too. Look, I'm sorry about the stuff I wrote about you and that I stole your money. The truth is, I've always been jealous of you. Your fancy life was just handed to you on a gold platter, and I always had to share a bed with my parents and eat stale food every day. Wow, you were jealous of me? I never would have expected that. Star, I am so sorry. I've been so blinded by my own problems that I never even thought of giving you money for bed or fresh food. It's okay. I would have gotten it from that stupid recording contract anyway. To my shock, Star had told me it was her parents that got her the contract and she'd never wanted it. It was just too many work hours and pressure from having to support her family. That's why I ran away. I left that clue hoping my parents would get the message and find me to apologize. But it was you, Noelle. I know we've both done awful things to each other, but can we maybe start over? I hugged Star tight and told her I'd convince my parents to buy her family a house and everything else they needed. But the best part of all, Star finally dumped stupid Thornton on the ride back home. While he was pouting, I got a phone call from Graham, who actually apologized.
I shouldn't have lashed out at you the way that I did, and I definitely went too far by exposing you.
Actually, I'm glad you did it. It was for the best, and what you told me was true. I realized how selfish I'd been, and now Star and I made up. So, thank you.
Okay, I won't bother you again. I mean, the only reason we even met is because your parents forced us to meet, and even though I think you're cute, you don't owe me anything.
I know, but you've grown on me. How about we meet for dinner? I promise this time we won't invite my parents.
Hi, my name is Rosalind, and I'm from Scotland. My parents passed away when I was a kid, and ever since I used to live with my granny, who ran a hot dogs food truck. And even though she was an old lady, she was a fierce creature. Once, when I was 8, I saw a man stealing some hot dogs, and as I started shouting, he ran for his life. Just then, Granny threw a big corn dog that hit him right in the head, and he fell to the ground face flat. And then she went and sat on him until the cops came. She was my superhero. After the rush hours, I'd often accompany her to homeless shelters, where she'd give away leftover food to poor kids. I'm afraid I don't have any more for you, little one. But here, I got this chocolate for you. Suddenly, Granny turned to me and hugged me. Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. I always want you to be like your name, Rose, kind and soft, but when needed, I want you to be fierce and strong, okay? Yes, Granny, I'll always remember that. Time went by, and when I was in the 8th grade, I came home one day to find Granny all sick and lying in bed. I immediately ran to the hospital and got some medicine. But on my way back home, I saw a man trying to snatch a purse from a lady in an alleyway. I quickly ran over and kicked him hard. I tried to stop him as he escaped, but suddenly the lady held me back by my hand. Lily, what are you doing here? Lily? What? Who? The thief! He is running away! But she kept staring at me like I was some kind of ghost. And then she started pulling my hand. Come with me! Ugh, she was crazy! I bit her hand and ran away. The next few days, I was busy looking after Granny, but her condition was getting worse and I was running out of money. One day, I heard a loud knock on the door, and when I opened it, I was shocked to see it was the same lady from the alleyway. She told me her name was Emma, and she worked for a huge multinational company. But I didn't care. I was ready to kick her out. But then she whipped out her phone and showed me a picture of a girl who looked exactly like me. What, the frying potatoes? Now that she had my attention, she convinced me to go with her to a hospital where she'd explain everything. There, I saw the girl lying in front of my eyes on the hospital bed, my perfect doppelganger. It was so freaky. This is our young miss, Lily. She's in a coma right now, but we need you to replace her. What? You want me to go into a coma in her place? No, we want you to live as Lily in her place. Suddenly, a tall, handsome man came in and looked at me, stunned.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. You look just like Lily. Emma was right.
He introduced himself as Mr. Wilson, Lily's dad, and then he asked me for the weirdest favor.
Lily will soon turn 16 and inherit the multi-billion-dollar company left by her late grandmother for her. But if the news about her being in a coma breaks out, it will go to the other shareholders and she'll be left with nothing. I just want you to live in her place until she wakes up. That's the only way I can make her future secure. Please help us.
Whoa, this sounded like some really serious stuff, and I didn't want to get involved. I won't be doing this. I'm sorry. I was about to walk out when Mr. Wilson offered me a deal I couldn't refuse.
I know your grandma is sick, and if you help us, I'll make sure she gets the best medical treatment.
And of course I said yes, but I had no idea what trouble I was getting myself into. I had to memorize the names and details of all the people in Lily's life before I set foot into her shoes. And God, this girl had the most uncomfortable shoes. I could hardly walk in them. Remember, no one knows about this except for you, me, and Mr. Wilson, so don't tell anyone, okay? Got it. Snuck off to the garden. Just as I was lying there, I heard a voice. Miss, you shouldn't be lying on the grass. You might catch a cold. But I want to. Suddenly, he took off his shirt and put it beneath me. Here you go. OMG, he was so cute. But then he just started walking away. Oh, wait, where are you going? I can't be here with you. But I just pulled his hand and made him sit next to me, and he looked super shocked. He didn't speak a word, but then I inched closer to him and put an arm through his. I won't eat you, you know. Finally, he started speaking, and we talked for a while. He told me his name was Liam, and he ran errands around the house. And gosh, he had the most gorgeous blue eyes. Before leaving, I gently kissed his cheek, and he blushed so hard. The next morning, Emma came and informed me that we had to attend a big conference at the company. She told me no one would even notice me, but they made me sit on the biggest chair in the room. And everyone was looking at me with melon-sized eyes. Fishes. They started discussing things about the new product that wasn't doing well, and I didn't know what to do. So I picked up a drink in front of me and started slurping it. And it was disgusting.
What do you think is the reason for these low sales?
Yuck! Ugh, this tastes like toilet water. Why would anything like this sell? Oh, shoot. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. All the people turned to me like I'd cursed them.
Go on, tell us what you think, Lily.
I'm sure you've seen people gathering around stalls on the streets, but it's not just because the food is cheap. It's because it tastes good. But if we will give them lemon mixed water, who'd buy it for $20? At first, they looked at me in shock, but then they all nodded, including Mr. Wilson. I thought he was gonna be super mad at me, so on our way back home, I apologized to him for speaking out.
Oh, don't be sorry, Rose. I was really impressed you spoke the truth in front of everyone.
Thank God. That made me take a sigh of relief. When I got home, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as I got to my bed. But sometime later, I woke up to see Liam there, taking off my shoes. Aw, he was such a darling. Liam, you don't have to do that. It's fine. I know you must be tired. I was just trying to. I couldn't resist and pulled him in for a kiss.
Whoa, what was that?
I think I like you, Liam.
But Lily, you're so rich, and I'm just,
For a moment, I wanted to tell him who I really was, but I was afraid he might hate me after that. I don't care about anything, Liam. I just want you to know that I like you.
I like you too, Lily.
The next day, it was Lily's birthday, and there was a huge celebration in the evening, and I was freaking out because I knew no one. Suddenly, a weird-looking guy came to me and asked me for a dance.
Come on, enough of being mad at me, princess. Let's hit the dance floor.
No thanks. I'm good.
Come on, baby. I'm still your boyfriend. And I'm sorry I kissed someone else. But she kissed me first, okay? Sue me. Oh, don't do that. How about we just forget about it?
Ew! He was such a creep. Just then, he kissed me on my cheek. And Jesus, Liam saw him doing that, and he looked pissed. I pushed the jerk away and ran after Liam, but this Romeo guy pulled me back by my hand. Let go of me, you moron. I slapped him hard in the face. But just then, Lily's stepmom came to me and went all bonkers.
Lily, what the heck are you doing? Why are you creating such a scene in front of everyone we know and running after that servant boy?
But
I saw you with Liam the other night as well, but I didn't say anything. Don't get any stupid ideas, Lily. And get back to the party, now!
Ugh, I really didn't like this woman. Later at night, I decided to sneak out and go see Liam. But just as I was climbing down the windows, I heard Lily's stepmom talking over a phone.
I told you to get rid of Lily, and she's still here, roaming around. Don't you get it? I become a major stakeholder once she's gone, and then I'll have all the money and the company to myself, you idiot.
OMG. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I tried to take my phone out and record it, but I lost my balance and fell in the bushes. But now that I knew what an evil witch she was, I had to unmask her at all costs. The next day, there was a big event where everyone was gathered to sign over the company documents, and I was gonna be a freaking billionaire for a while. But just then, something bizarre happened. Stop this nonsense right now. This girl's a fraud. She's not Lily. I am. Holy moly. Lily was standing right in front of my eyes, all fine and well. Oh, Lily, it's not what you think. Suddenly, she slapped me hard on the face. You fraud! You thought you could take over my life and my place just like that? Just then, Mr. Wilson stepped in.
No, Lily, it's not her fault. Oh God, I can't believe you're awake, honey. Now calm down, and let me tell you everything.
Mr. Wilson and Emma took Lily away to another room, and her stepmom glared at me.
Oh, so you're some con artist, huh? I just didn't have a good feeling about you.
Oh, and what about you? Trying to get rid of Lily to get all the money for yourself, you old cow. She looked at me, super shocked, and then she started screaming furiously. Security! Throw this girl out, now, or I'm gonna have to call the police. Suddenly, the security guards came running in and threw me out of the house. No, let me go! Mr. Wilson, Emma! But they didn't hear me, and I was kicked out. I wasn't a fraud. I didn't do anything wrong. This was insane. I was just about to go back home to Granny when I remembered how she taught me to be strong and fight for what's right. So I sneaked in through the back door and went straight to where everyone was gathered. Oh, I forgot to give you a little parting gift, Mommy. What's this? Oh, don't you remember? The day you were talking on the phone with your secret friend about Lily? I recorded your conversation about how you wanted to get rid of her. Of course, I didn't record anything, but she totally bought my lie. I'm gonna kill you, you filthy rat! She pounced at me, but thankfully, Mr. Wilson stopped her.
Enough! I can't believe you'd do that. I loved you so much and gave you everything, and you hurt my kid? How could you be so evil? What for?
For the money, what else? Why else would I marry you with your stupid kid? I want all the money for myself, and what's wrong with that, huh? You know what? I'm gonna kill her right now. She ran towards Lily with a vase in her hand, and that's when I jumped in to take her down. Just then, Liam came running in to help me. Mr. Wilson immediately called the cops and had that evil woman taken away. After all the chaos, Lily came to me. I'm so sorry for hitting you earlier, Rose. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me. And please forgive me, okay? It's fine, Lily. You don't have to. No, I really owe you everything, Rose. I will make sure you were in complete shock, and I took his hand and led him outside. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you who I really was, but I never lied to you about my feelings, Liam. I thought he was gonna be mad, but he winked at me and said, I know.
Hi friends, I'm Jana from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store.
This strawberry ice cream is too pink. My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one.
This is melting. I want my money back. It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend. New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey. I saved up from the ice cream shop. Okay, but call us every day, okay? Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly,
New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty, and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at?
Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow!
Elena.
Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone.
Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone.
Who even are you?
I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room.
My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room?
I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay.
Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers, I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly, someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is.
I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my god, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my god, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. I actually liked things better when we didn't have money. Really? Yeah. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped. All my dad does is work and fight with my mom. I don't think it's the same. They care about you, right? Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted,
Hey, they're getting away!
One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes!
Not so fast, girlie.
The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts!
You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do.
Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely.
Give us our daughter back.
Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened.
Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow!
Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jaina, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes.
Police, hands up!
And just like that, The police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped? You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared.
We love you so much, Jaina. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you.
I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that.
The room was lit by only our laptops. Sabrina and I were deep into our usual AFK journey match. As expected, Sabrina was nailing it, and me, well, I wasn't. You got lucky this time, Sabrina. Luck's got nothing to do with it. It's all skills. Yeah, right. Stop showing off. If you know so much about the game, I wish you'd actually get sucked into that game. Now that'd be something. I bet I'd still win. I suppose she was right. She'd still win. After all, she was Sabrina. My sister always shone bright, passing tests, grabbing the spotlight, and unbeatable in games, while I was just Ella. Plain, average Ella. The next morning, I woke up late, which only happens if Sabrina forgets our alarm. We were about to be late for school. Come on, Sabrina! But I checked her room. There was no sign of Sabrina. Then I saw her slippers near her laptop, like she disappeared. Really? Trying to make me think you're in the game? I laughed, but suddenly I felt the pull towards the laptop, like I was being sucked into it. And just like that, I was in a place straight out of a storybook. Huge trees with colorful leaves, bright skies, and tall mountains. There were little streams shining in the sun, and I could hear strange, beautiful sounds everywhere. It was so amazing. This had to be a dream. Ouch! Nope, not a dream. Right then, I heard someone behind me. Turning around, I almost fainted. Dianelle stood there, looking hot.
A new face in Asperia? You look lost.
OMG, you're Dianelle. I know everything about you. How you can soar into the air, becoming untouchable while unleashing a storm of sword attacks on your enemies.
Seems you know a lot about me. How about you share your story?
So I spilled the beans, telling him everything.
Fear not. I'll help you find your sister. You can't search for her alone.
Just then, Lucius and other heroes joined us, and Dianelle introduced me to them.
We Lightbearers stand for justice! Asperia will show you both its wonders and dangers.
Lucius's words hit me hard. Sabrina could be in trouble. But as I set out to look for Sabrina with Dianelle, Lucius, and the rest, I started to feel hopeful. Right in the middle of our journey, we bumped into some Hypogeans blocking our way. I was worried, thinking we were in for a tough fight. That's when Dianelle gave me a look, like he had a plan.
Watch this.
And then suddenly, everything started moving super slow. Dianelle jumped up, sword ready, and it was like I could see every little detail of him slicing through the air. How's everything so slow? What's going on? Just then, Lika fired her ultimate ability, Starshot, shooting a deadly arrow that mesmerized me as it seemed to float in slow motion before forcefully pushing back her opponent.
Begone!
Wow!
It's called bullet timing. It lets us slow down time to hit just right.
Suddenly, Rainier, a villain from the Hypogeans, tried to sneak attack me, but Lucius jumped in front of me super quick, his shield up, stopping Rainier's attack, making him step back.
Go back to the hell that spawned you!
Wow, thank you so much. As we moved ahead, we entered the Dream Realm and saw Necrotraken, a beast straight out of a nightmare. We have to beat this thing?
Yes, we do.
The fight started, and Necrotraken unleashed his fearsome dragon's breath upon us. But Lucius was swift and blocked the attack, while Lika, Dianelle, the others, and I kept on attacking Necrotraken. Finally, after the battle, the beast fell, and we saw a path. Following it, we found Sabrina. Ella, I found you! Can you believe we're actually inside the game? Yes, it's incredible. Right after I arrived, the Necro Dragon captured me. Ella, when I play, I am fully immersed. It's like I'm not just playing a game, I'm living every moment of it. That's my secret to winning. But you've discovered something even more crucial. The power of working together.
You've shown great courage today.
Remember, the bond between heroes is the strongest weapon.
And never forget, in Asperia, we stand together against any darkness.
This journey, it was more than just a rescue mission. It was about discovering our strength and the magic of teamwork. And it's just the beginning. There's a whole world out there in Asperia, waiting for us to explore.
Maybe next time. I think it's time for you both to leave.
The heroes then led us to a portal, telling us it would take us back to our world. Goodbye. The next morning, when I woke up, everything seemed normal. Was it all just a dream? Did you have a dream too? About AFK Journey? Yes! We were both stuck in the game! I don't think it was just a dream. Ella? What's that under your bed? Curious, I leaned over to look and saw it. The sword Dynel had given me. It was all real. AFK Journey isn't just any game. It's an epic adventure that brings together strategy, courage, and friendship. With its unique art style, innovative gameplay features like bullet timing, and a story that unfolds across a beautiful 3D world, it's an RPG experience unlike any other. Available on PC and mobile, it's where you'll find your next great adventure. Asperia awaits. Are you ready to join us and discover the magic that follows?
Hi, my name is Isabella, and I live in Paris. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my mom, who was an amazing seamstress and worked at a fashion house. She would often take me to work with her, and I loved wrapping different fabrics around myself and posing like a supermodel. So, you want to be a model or a designer? 'Cause you're killing it with that catwalk.
Can I be both?
Of course you can, sweetheart. You can be anything you want. Mom and I weren't your regular mother-daughter duo. We were best friends. I think that cute guy is looking at you, Mom. Don't look in his direction, please. Is he? Oh, do I look okay? How's my hair? Mom, you gave him that weird smile. Now he's gone. No problem. I've got you, baby. Yep, that's how we were. Totally each other's pals. Life was good until one day the fashion house where Mom worked laid off all their workers. And things took a turn for the worse when our landlord gave us an eviction notice soon after. In these awful times, Mom had no choice but to turn for help to her half-sister Amy. Mom had always told me they'd never gotten along, so I'd never met her before. But when we got to her house, I saw that my aunt lived in a huge mansion, and the welcome she gave us was totally unexpected. Oh my God, a single mom, jobless, homeless. I feel so sorry for you, honey. You must stay with me, I insist, as long as you like, and we have so much catching up to do. Wow, Amy, thanks a lot. Please let me know the rent, I'll arrange it. Rent? Oh, nonsense. I wouldn't dream of taking money from my sister. Mom looked as surprised as I felt, but I guess some people can change. She also had a daughter my age, Tanya, and the two of them led us excitedly to the guest room and had the cook make a really special dinner. But the very next day, my aunt called in a servant to move our things to the attic. Oh, it's a guest room. And since you're not a guest, I want to give you a more permanent arrangement. The attic is perfect. There's no noise and you'll sleep peacefully. Well, if only she let us live peacefully. Tanya and Aunt Amy would keep calling Mom and me for the smallest of tasks. Soon we were doing the dishes, cleaning the mansion, and doing their freaking laundry. And then she even asked Mom to stitch for her. She would bring loads of fabric and I would do some of the designing with Mom while she stitched her dresses. For free, of course. Mom, I hate doing all this. Let's just leave. Sweetheart, I got you into a great school with all my savings and I can't afford rent. Let's try this for this school year. Honestly, I don't mind the chores. Plus, Amy and Tanya are family. No harm doing things for them. Well, I don't like your family. Hey, that's not very nice to say. But, yeah, me neither. And then Mom hit me with a pillow, and we both got into a pillow fight. We laughed and laughed until Aunt Amy yelled at us to keep it down. She's always such a buzzkill. Come on, let's sleep in this penthouse of ours. I knew Mom was just trying to be optimistic about the situation. For her sake, I also put on a smile and did everything Tanya, the brat, asked me to do. Isabella, come here! What do you think about this dress? Tell me I look cool, because I totally do. Why on earth would you wear that thing? I stepped into her closet, picked out some clothes, and laid them on her bed. Try this skirt with this blouse. You'll look awesome. Yeah, I would look awesome in a garbage bag, but that's not the point. You clearly don't know anything about fashion, girl. No wonder your mom was laid off. Now get out. What a huge jerk! I left her room, and right then I realized I needed new clothes for school too. We went shopping at a thrift store, and what we saw there was amazing. Mom, this is a Prada dress! Oh my God, it's vintage! The moment I got home, I started working on it and made it something entirely new, and it sure made heads turn on my first day at school. I love what you did with your skirt. Is that Prada? Yes, it is. I just cut the edges to give it that flair. Everyone was giving me compliments, but just then I heard Tanya's voice. Don't be fooled by her looks. She's not who you think she is. Yeah, you got me. I'm a secret agent. My name is Bond, Isabella Bond. The girls around started to giggle, and Tanya looked annoyed. What are you talking about? And why don't you just tell them where you got the dress from, huh? She got it from the thrift store. Yeah, you heard me, a thrift store. Suddenly, all the girls who were praising me just moments ago looked at me with disgust. So what? I still look better than all of you combined. Girls, don't hate me 'cause you ain't me. I just flipped my hair and walked to my class. Sure, Tanya's mom was letting us stay in the attic for free, but Mom was paying for me to be at this school, and I wasn't putting up with anyone's nonsense. Tanya and her friends kept being a pain in my butt at school, and one day I was feeling particularly bad-tempered when I got home, only to find Aunt Amy in a great mood. She seemed really excited. The moment she saw me, she handed me the keys to the guest room and started giving Mom and me instructions on cleaning. Someone very special is coming to stay for a few days, and I want my mansion to be spotless. And while our guest is here, both of you will call me and Tanya ma'am. Is that clear? Off you go now. When my aunt was out of earshot, I asked Mom who the guest was. How would I know? You think ma'am tells me anything? I'm sure it's someone just as awful as ma'am. I'd been meaning to go to the guest room for days because the last time I was there, I'd left my sketchbook. But I looked for it everywhere and didn't find it. I was searching for it under the bed when I saw a boy on all fours looking straight at me. Hey, what you doing down there? I was so startled, I hit my head. Holy piece of ouch! Oh, you scared me, man. Who are you? As I came up rubbing my head, I noticed that the boy was my age and really cute. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm Josh, and I'm staying here for... Just then, Tanya came prancing into the room, wearing shorts and a tank top in the middle of freaking December. There you are, Josh. I was looking everywhere. Hey, you haven't cleaned yet? Hurry up. What do we pay you for? Maids these days, so lazy and useless. Maid? How dare she? I'm done here. I was just leaving. Shall I fetch your coat since you forgot to wear clothes, ma'am? No, thank you. Josh, what do you think of my clothes? Yeah, great. You look great, Tanya. I agree. And you're welcome to look. Gosh, she was such a shameless flirt, and soon enough it was obvious what Aunt and Tanya were up to. Josh was the son of Aunt's rich friend, and clearly both of them had one goal: set Tanya up with Josh. Tanya was desperately trying to impress him and making a fool out of herself in the process. One evening, she brought out a jigsaw puzzle she'd been working on for months. You see this? I did it in just 4 months. Can you believe it? Am I missing something? Duh, look, it says 2 to 4 years. I finished it in record-breaking time. I almost burst out laughing. And just then I caught Josh's eye. He was trying really hard not to laugh too. Later that night, it was snowing outside, and I picked up my skating shoes to go to the frozen lake nearby. Just as I was sneaking out, I heard a loud noise from the kitchen, and I found Josh there. Hey, did I wake you up? I just wanted some hot chocolate, and I can't find anything. Oh, well, good luck. Wait, can you make it for me? I could, but I'm not gonna. I'm going out. Okay, fine. Can you at least switch the stove on? You don't know how to switch the stove on? Yeah, well, I've never done it. Wow. Why are you rich people like that? Like what? Just so spoiled. You'll go to the best schools and travel the world, blah, blah, blah. But you don't know something so basic? Is it beneath you to learn that? No, I just never needed to. Well, now you do, and you look like an idiot. Goodbye. I ran off to the lake, and as I started skating, I felt I'd maybe been too harsh with Josh. Just then I heard someone yell my name, and I looked around to see him behind me. What are you doing here? I came to tell you that I think you're really judgmental. You don't even know me, and you've just decided that I'm some spoiled brat. And I'm... Suddenly, Josh lost control and crashed right into me. We landed in a heap. I got up on my feet immediately, but Josh winced in pain. Ouch! I think I hurt my ankle. Help me up now. Okay, but say please. Say please help me, oh Isabella. Geez, okay. Please help me, oh Isabella. I helped him up and he leaned on my shoulder, but at this rate, we'd get home by dawn. So I carried him back home. Brought you back safe and sound, Your Highness. Just put this on your foot, it'll get better. Shall the servant take her leave now? Thank you for everything, but tell me, you're not really a maid, are you? I ended up telling Josh everything, and he was rather shocked. He seemed like a really nice guy, and our friendship grew over the next few days. Josh told me how his mom and Aunt Amy had a business together. His mom was a designer, and he was in town to apply to top fashion universities. I showed him some of my designs one night, and he was really impressed. The next time we met, Josh brought some admission forms for me and made me fill them in. You can be a top designer. I know it, Bella. Bella? Did you just give me a nickname? Yeah. Tell me, do you like it? He was so close to me, and just when I thought he'd kiss me, I heard Aunt Amy's voice. Oh, you're here! What are you guys talking about? Josh was asking me where fashionable ghosts shop, and I told him the truth. They go to the boutique. Josh started to laugh, and my aunt just glared at me and left. The next day, I took a day off from school and went out with Josh. When I spotted some kids sledding in a park, I had an idea. I borrowed a sled from a kid and made Josh sit with me. And then off we went. Oh God, please slow down. Just hold on tight, I won't let anything happen to you. Well, we ended up flying off the sled and rolling in the snow. I couldn't stop laughing. And just then, Josh leaned over and looked deep into my eyes. And then he kissed me. And it was the most perfect kiss. Josh left a few days later, and soon after, I received my interview letter from the university. I prepped day and night for it, but on the day, right when I was about to leave, I couldn't find my sketchbook. I had to show my designs at the interview. When I went downstairs, I screamed when I saw Tanya burning my sketchbooks on the stove. No, what are you doing? Oh, you think you can steal my boyfriend and be some big shot designer, huh? Not on my clock. I just lost it. I leapt forward and gave Tanya a much-deserved slap. How dare you? Just then, Mom stepped in, looking like an angry lioness. Zip it, Amy. I've had enough. I've put up with everything, but I will not put up with you or your dumb brat hurting my daughter. And you can do whatever, but one thing is certain. My daughter will be something big one day, and you'll just be jealous morons. That day, Mom and I left that crazy house. I had to go straight to the interview without my portfolio, and I was feeling so nervous. But just minutes before I started, I spotted Josh running to me, and behind him was his mom. Oh, Josh, you're back. What are you doing here? We went to your aunt's house, and you weren't there. I knew you had an interview today, and I needed to show you something. He then showed me an Instagram page, and what shook me was that all the models were wearing dresses I had designed and Mom had stitched. What? These are my designs. Yes, and your aunt was selling them and claiming them as hers. The moment you showed me your designs, I figured she was up to no good. My missing design book and all the dresses she made Mom stitch. It made sense. That witch was making us work without a penny or any credit. Josh's mom went inside where the interview panel was waiting, and she told them how her brand was using my work. The panel was pretty impressed seeing my work on her Instagram page, and I got in. Josh's mom cut all business ties with Aunt Amy and even hired my mom. I heard Aunt was in a great deal of debt and had to sell almost everything, including her house. Well, she deserved it. I got into fashion designing school with Josh and graduated with flying colors. He asked me to marry him soon after, and of course I said yes. By the time I was 25, I became one of the top fashion designers in my country. And when my work was showcased at Paris Fashion Week, I was my own showstopper. I could never be what I am today without my first inspiration and my best friend. I don't know if you know this, but ever since I was a kid, the person I've wanted to be the most is you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I love you.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted witch. Cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me, since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. "Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?"
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, "Ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream?" Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kinda ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow! This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up! We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope, you're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint. But he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you!
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Sorry about that, guys. Is the setup back up? I hope no one's hurt. Can you also move this vase and this coffee cup away, please? I'm kind of clumsy, but you already know that. So, we're here to talk about my life, huh? It's quite a roller coaster, let me tell ya. Anyway, I'm Maisie, and before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My story starts in a small apartment in Washington, D.C., where I lived with my dad, who worked as a computer expert with the government. Dad and I were close, mostly because we both loved computers and would spend hours chatting about codes, algorithms, applications. Well, let me tell you something interesting. There are over 700 computer languages, and the first bug found in a computer was an actual bug. Okay, that's not interesting. I can see you're yawning. That's because you took my coffee away. I would have broken that cup. I was 6 when I accidentally broke the toilet because my butt was too fat to fit inside. And then at 10, I went to a wedding, tripped on my own foot, and crashed into the wedding cake. You should have seen the bride. Some crying mess she was. So, you're clumsy and annoying? Do you want the story or not? Yes, please continue. So, yeah, my dad and I were close and things were going perfectly. I was acing my classes. By 13, I could crack the toughest codes. And by 16, I'd already developed an application where you could paint your own cat pictures. Because cats are cute. Life was good. But then I turned 17 and everything changed. Dad and I were working in his lab when his screen started glitching, and suddenly it went blank. Dad sprung into action, but it was too late. And then minutes later, out of nowhere, the FBI crashed open the lab and handcuffed Dad.
You're under arrest for leaking important government files. You have the right to remain silent, and whatever you say will be used against you in the court of law.
No way! My dad is innocent! Tell them, Dad!
Maisie, I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, and I promise you everything will be fine.
The FBI dragged Dad away, and a week later his case went to trial. I used all our savings to hire the best lawyer for Dad, but it was useless. The evidence against him was stacking, and he was sentenced to 20 years in jail. Do you want a tissue? Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. I just get really overwhelmed. It was a tough time. Anyway, the day Dad went to jail, I couldn't sleep a wink. And the next morning, news of his arrest spread like wildfire. My friends turned their back on me, and everywhere I went, people whispered all kinds of things about Dad that made my blood boil. I was losing my mind. So that week, when I met Dad, I told him everything, and he suggested I move in with his sister Gina to New York. But I'd only met Aunt Gina once when I was 6, and it wasn't a pleasant experience, mostly because her daughter Claire was such a prude. I was nervous, but somehow made up my mind and hopped on a plane. I reached Aunt Gina's mansion and saw her waiting for me with Claire. I walked up and hugged Claire tight, but she pushed me away.
Oh my god. Have you heard of personal space? 2 steps back, please.
I'm sorry. That's just the way I say hello.
Maisie, that's a funny noise.
No, my name's Maisie. We met when we were really young, and you told me I have the nose of a seahorse. And then I asked you if you wanted to play with the computer, and you told me that was geeky and you'd rather eat a bag of worms than stay with me because I smelled like a farm. Ring a bell? But Claire just gave me a weird look and left without answering. The next morning was no good either. Aunt Gina and Claire were sinfully boring people, and they hardly spoke, so I decided to start a conversation. Such beautiful weather. I can already smell the winter in the air. Perfect time for some hot chocolate and sandwiches, right?
It's the weather to curl up and die. The leaves have ruined the garden, and I feel like throwing up at the thought of wearing 10 layers so I wouldn't freeze to death. Oh god, I'm having flashbacks.
Oh, sweetums, do you want a handshake? It will make you feel better.
Yes, thank you.
See what I mean? Well, thankfully, I still had my computer, so I wasn't totally losing my mind. And a few days later, Aunt Gina enrolled me in the same school as Claire, and I was happy to finally get some time away from the house. On my first day, I was in the cafeteria figuring out what to eat when I saw the last piece of pie. I reached out for it, but someone else did too. And for a moment, I forgot how to breathe. Standing in front of me was the most gorgeous guy.
Wow, we're in a fix.
You can have the last one.
It's okay, you were here first. Besides, this pie is the only thing edible in this cafeteria. You know, one time I ate the muffins here and it gave me such bad gas I almost pooped my pants? Okay, that's not a very funny thing to say. I have a weird sense of humor.
So do I. I'm Maisie.
Noah, pleasure meeting you.
Noah and I sat down on one of the tables and ended up having a great time. He told me he was a year senior and had only recently moved to New York. We had a lot in common, but the best part was when he said he loved coding, just like me. After that day, Noah and I were inseparable. It felt nice to have someone to talk to, and as time went by, I slowly started to like him. Soon after, Noah asked me out, and I gladly said yes. We went to this video game parlor near school, and I totally owned his butt.
Those were some crazy moves. And where did you learn all those cheat codes?
My dad taught me. He loved video games, and he was a coder too. He's not around anymore though, and that's why I'm stuck with my aunt and my cousin who are worse than a statue. They don't talk to me, and I have no one to share my feelings with, and I just...
Hey, I can understand. Please, calm down.
Noah pulled me into a hug and I melted into his arms. I wanted to tell him everything about Dad, but I knew he's going to judge me, so I stayed quiet, and soon after we left. Noah held my hand tight throughout the ride back home, and I couldn't help myself falling for him harder. I was super excited to see Noah the next day, but surprisingly, he kept avoiding me. He wouldn't talk, wouldn't laugh, and every time I tried having a conversation, he would make up some silly excuse and run away.
I gotta go. Class. Wish I could talk, but I have to go home. A raccoon came flying and knocked my grandma off a rocking chair. She broke her hip.
A flying raccoon?
Yeah, it's an Australian raccoon. We live next to the zoo, so I guess it broke out or something.
Is she okay?
Nope, she tried to get up with a broken hip, then lost balance and hit her head on the door, and now she's unconscious. I just got her text that she needs me. Okay, bye-bye.
And before I could say anything, Noah just ran in the other direction. He was clearly lying, and I needed to know why. So that evening, I went to his place to talk to him. But the guard told me that Noah was out of town with his dad. I tried texting him, but he didn't reply, and he didn't even answer my calls. I was losing my mind over the situation when a week later, I walked into school and saw Noah talking to that trash cheerleader Whitney.
You know what, handsome? I've always had my eyes on you, but you were so busy with the new nerd Lazy or Hazy or something. Anyway, now that you're available, you and I should hang out this weekend.
Over my dead body? And you, why are you not answering my calls?
Jeez, Mom. Relax, stop being so clingy.
Sorry, what? I'm being clingy? me? You're the one who asked me out, and then you totally ghosted me. Something's up, and you owe me an explanation.
I don't owe you anything, okay? And yeah, I took you out on a date and you basically blew your nose into my shirt. That's disgusting, and I don't date disgusting girls. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for class.
Noah started walking really fast. I tried my best to keep up, but then he opened the door to the classroom, walked inside, and the door swung back, hitting me in the face. That oughta hurt. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what hurt actually feels like. I flew into a rage and punched Whitney's stupid nose. She tackled me to the ground, and we started fighting like a pair of wild dogs. The teacher pulled us apart, took us to the principal, and we both ended up in detention. After that horribly bad day, I went home, stuffed my face in a pillow, and cried like a baby. I was wiping my nose when Claire barged into my room. I heard what happened at school today. I don't understand. Why are you so worked up about a boy you just met? Why do you care? Because I hate seeing intelligent girls make dumb decisions for some boy who hardly respects them. He isn't just some boy, okay? He's my soulmate. He even likes pepperoni pizza. It's my favorite. So does homeless Willie down the street. Is he your soulmate too? That's not it. He likes strawberry ice cream. How many boys like pink ice cream, huh? He's definitely the one for me. You know what? He's doing this thing I've read about in books. Just agreeing with everything you say. Does he stop to smell every flower and gaze at stars at night? Yeah? Oh, yes, he's definitely faking it all. I haven't dated anybody, but I've read all the books there are to read about male psychology. I mean, I've only read 2, but I know they almost say the same things. Men aren't that complicated or diverse. He thought you were cute, and then he found someone cuter. This is not helping. Claire, trust me, Noah's different. He's lying, and I have to know why. I've already lost my dad, and now I can't lose Noah too. You also have me and Mom. I mean, I get why you're so hungry for love. The only people you love are in jail, and we both know my mom's as warm as an ice cube. But we're here for you, and that's why, if you're so sure that Noah's lying, then I will help you. You will? Oh, thank you. Just please don't hug me. I hate that. What started next was a series of things that Claire suggested, and even though some of them made no sense to me, I decided to go with the flow. The first thing on the list was to make Noah jealous by dating someone else, and for that, Claire hooked me up with her childhood friend Lance. We were standing by the lockers when I noticed Noah staring at me from the corner of his eye. I quickly took Lance by his arm and pulled him close. So, Lance, are you an appendix? I don't know what you do or how you work, but I feel like I should take you out.
Seriously?
Shut up. Is he looking?
Not really.
Hold my waist, now.
He's digging his nose. Disgusting.
Oh God, this isn't working. And with that, I pulled Lance in for a kiss. I was sure this would work, but then I turned around and saw Noah walking out. I followed him and found him beating a trash can to death. What's wrong? Are you mad?
Why? Why would I be mad? You can kiss any random jerk you want. I don't care.
Then why are you turning red?
Because of the heat. Duh. Stop asking stupid questions. You're giving me a migraine.
Saying that, Noah just turned around and left. But that whole day in school, he kept giving me death stares, and I could tell that my little trick worked. I updated Claire on the progress that evening, and she suggested we take our game up a notch. So the next day at school during lunch, just as Noah walked in the cafeteria, I let out a huge scream and fell to the ground. Noah came running towards me and started rubbing my cheeks. When I didn't wake up, he lifted me in his arms and took me to the school infirmary. As he laid me down on the bed, our faces were so close. I just wanted to grab him and kiss him, but Claire walked in and spoiled the moment. Get away from her, you creep! You're the reason she's so stressed, that she hasn't eaten anything in 3 days. You know she has Lavaria?
What?
It's a rare disease where if the patient loses their appetite, their brain turns into mush, their heart starts beating rapidly, and they can even lose their life. This is all your fault.
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry, Maisie. I never meant to hurt you.
Noah leaned in to kiss me. Then I opened my eyes and jumped out of the bed. Gotcha!
Are you crazy? I thought you were dying. I can't believe you staged this whole thing.
I was dying, silly, of a broken heart. But now that I know you care about me...
You can't just take a hint, so let me spell it out for you. I don't care.
Then why are you here? You and I both know we had something special, and you're just trying to sabotage it for some godforsaken reason. Just be honest.
You want me to be honest? Fine. I only helped you because I felt sorry that I hadn't been the nicest to you, but you're clearly out of your mind. You're a crazy lovesick puppy, and it's pretty pathetic, and you totally wasted my time.
I wasted your time? You're the one who made me fall in love with you and then threw me aside like some cheap trash. And now you're being a jerk for no reason. You don't want me around? Okay, but at least give me a reason.
I just don't like you, and I have nothing more to say.
Fine, then you won't see my ugly face ever again. And I just covered up my face with a sheet as Noah walked away. I spent 2 days in my room crying and stuffing my face with ice cream. Every time I saw Noah at school, my stupid heart fluttered. Then it would break again the moment he was out of sight. I didn't want to feel like that, so I plunged myself into studies and applying for college. But it still wasn't enough. Then one evening, Claire thought it would be a good idea to go out and clear my mind. But on our way to the restaurant, I saw Noah talking to some shady-looking men. And then one of the men punched Noah in his stomach, and the other pushed him in the back of a van. I have to go. No, Maisie, this is not your problem. He's in trouble. I have to save him. Who do you think you are, Rambo? Did you see the size of those two men? They would crush us with their pinky fingers. Then you stay here, but I'm going. I took a cab and asked the driver to follow the van. Minutes later, we stopped in front of an abandoned building. The shady-looking men dragged Noah inside, and I was right on their tail. I hid behind the pillar, totally confused, when I saw a middle-aged man walk in.
What is this I'm hearing? You don't want to work for me anymore? Have you forgotten why I adopted you? No, I know you only need me for my skills, but I've done enough already. I can't hurt Maisie anymore. Well, my little boy is in love, it seems. I wonder what your girlfriend would say when she finds out that you're the reason her dad's in jail. If you wouldn't have hacked into her dad's computer and leaked those files, he'd still be home with his dumb daughter. I did what I did to save your butt. Maisie's dad knew that you were supplying confidential information to enemy nations, and if I wouldn't have leaked those files, he would have outed you and you'd be rotting in jail. So be thankful. And I will be once I get rid of you.
The old man snapped his fingers and a bunch of bodyguards surrounded Noah. One of them held Noah's arm and the other was about to punch him when I flung my bag at him and hit him smack in his face. Bullseye!
Maisie, why are you here?
I followed you and shouldn't be asking me questions. How dare you lie to my face? Watch out! Noah ducked a punch and ran towards me while I picked up a stick and started hitting people with all my strength. But it wasn't enough. There were too many. Just then we heard police sirens, and seconds later a team of officers barged in with Claire right behind them. It's okay, you can thank me later. Let's just get out of here first. The police surrounded the building, and Noah's testimony was enough to get everyone arrested, including himself. But just as they were taking him away, I asked if I could talk to him and went to the side. Why didn't you just tell me the truth?
And say what? That I'm the reason your dad's in jail? The day you told me your dad was a coder, I went home and checked you out on the internet. After I found out who you were, I couldn't be around you. But I couldn't let you go either. I know I messed it up, but can you forgive me?
No, Noah, I can't. I lost my home, my family because of you, and nothing can compare to that pain.
I can understand. Have a good life, Maze. God knows you deserve it.
Noah turned around and left, and I never heard from him again. Claire took me home, and a week later, Dad was released. Dad got his old job back, and I went back to being the computer nerd I was. Developed 100 applications, got rich, famous, gave interviews, but Noah always remained in the back of my mind. So you never met him again? Nope, but I still miss him a lot, and I wish I could have said that to his face. Let's see if we can help with that. What are you doing here? When did you get out?
Last week, I helped with the investigation, so they reduced my sentence. The crew got in touch with me an hour back and sent me the address, and here I am.
And I'm glad that you're here.
Maisie, I'm sorry. You know that when you're away from someone for so long, you make a mental image in your head about how they would look, and you think that no one can be that perfect. Well, you are. You are perfect, and I wish I could have said that sooner, but...
Can we not talk at all? And let's just agree that we've both been stupid?
I'd like that.
And can you also just pull me closer and... I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret... That's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls.
Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. So I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's. And then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey jerk, you pushed me. That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway? Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years. Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties. Cooties aren't real. Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash. Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention.
Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive!
Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying.
Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom. Hey, Subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else. You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this. Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1. Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side, and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me, and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention, and by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Here you go, as fresh as a daisy. I was working, I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted, while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace. We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, because I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling?
Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a vase and hurled it at a guard and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service, and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join.
I was falling. A scream escaped my throat. My life flashed before my eyes. You must be wondering how I got here. Trust me, I'm asking myself the same. My name is Ivy. I'm from Maine. Like and subscribe for good luck. I was born to parents who owned a circus, and we loved everything about it.
Daddy, I want to be in the circus too. Please, please, please.
You will one day, and I know you'll be the star of the show.
You really think so?
Honey, we know so. Now it's time for your lesson. Take out your books. Let's see who wins today.
Mom homeschooled me and my twin brother, and we'd often compete to see who got the best test score, which was me, of course. I was a bright kid, but my heart truly belonged to the circus. So when I turned 8 and Dad told me I could finally join him on the team, I was ecstatic. But my excitement turned to shock when he said I'd have to be a clown.
That's so embarrassing. I want to be a contortionist. I've been practicing.
But we need a clown, and you'll be able to make everyone laugh. You'll do great, honey. Trust me.
I decided to give it a shot, and it wasn't so bad. But then I put my own spin to it. I did a backflip, landing in a perfect contortionist's pose. After that day, being a contortionist clown became my thing, and I became the circus's star performer. Life was perfect, but then I turned 15 and everything changed. I was performing on stage one day when the whole area burst into flames. People running, things falling. It was bad. Just as I was running away from the burning tent, I heard a woman scream. So I ran back to help her, and we stumbled out, gasping for air.
I so wanna...
Thank me? It's no problem. I'm happy you're safe.
Huh? I wanna sue this circus. I'll make sure you never get to perform again. You have no safety measures at all.
The woman was true to her word, and my parents ended up losing the lawsuit. They had to work and didn't have time to homeschool us anymore. When I stepped foot in school for the first time, I instantly knew I was a misfit. People stared at me for the way I dressed, and in class, they were blown away by how intelligent I was. Years of being in competition with my brother in studies had paid off. The answer can be found using a Diophantine equation, sometimes known as the sum of cubes problem. Actually, it's Eastern Antarctica that's the coldest, not the whole of Antarctica. Every time the teacher would say I was right, the kids would have a problem with it, but I didn't care. I was having too much fun studying. I became the top student in no time. Life was fine, except Mom and Dad were always short on cash. So during the 11th grade summer break, my brother and I picked up part-time jobs at the hotel. With our first salaries, we took Mom and Dad to a carnival, and I could see how much they missed their old life. I wish I could find a way to bring my parents' circus back. I was in luck because the very next day, I saw a poster in the hotel lobby asking for auditions for a talent competition. But seeing me in my barista uniform at the auditions, I could tell that the judges weren't impressed.
These auditions are for the greatest talent, not someone who can make coffee the fastest. Please, don't waste a...
Before he could finish, I did a killer backflip and a split that made them stand up in their seats. And just like that, I was in. I ran outside excitedly to tell my brother. when I saw a guy holding him by the collar.
Who's gonna pay for this scratch? Oh, that's right. You don't have the money. I'm gonna ruin you.
He was about to punch my brother when I stepped in between and pushed the jerk hard. Let my brother go, you moron. Sorry to scratch your precious little junk, but I'm sure you can afford to get that fixed.
Feisty, are we? Do you have any idea who I am?
Does it look like I care? Now, do as I say or I'll call the cops.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots.
I mean it. Let him go. I stared right into his eyes as the guy smirked before letting my brother go. I guess he was powerful because that evening, both me and my brother got fired. I was sad, but soon the summer break was over and we were back in school. But something had changed. It was like people had started hating me more than before. What had I done to grind their gears now? I found out soon enough that one of the girls in my class showed me a video of me pushing that rich guy outside the hotel. How could you be dumb enough to push Tristan? Yeah, he deserved it. And what's the big deal about him anyway? Don't you use social media? Not really. I like to read books instead. It teaches you a lot, like minding your own business and learning some manners. Now, if you can step aside, I have a class to get to. The rest of the day, I ignored all the angry stares. Later, I found out that he was some kind of social media influencer with over 10 million followers. Good for him. I thought this whole video thing would die down in a few days, but to my horror, it was worse than I could imagine. I was a public figure now, with all eyes on me, especially because Tristan followed me everywhere. I picked up a new job at a cafe nearby, and Tristan would drop in every day. I'd had it with his stupid face. So I decided to teach him a lesson and poured a bottle full of salt in his food. His face went red as he took one bite. Do you like it, sir? Anything to go with it, like water or maybe some more salt?
This is perfect. Can you tell me who the chef is? I'd love to kiss their hands.
She's busy. Anyway, if you're done for the day, kindly leave. You're catching too much attention and it's a little annoying.
I'm guessing you're talking about all those ladies by the window. I can tell them to leave, if you agree to go out on a date with me.
Are you bored or simply crazy? What makes you think I'll ever go on a date with a moron like you?
Ouch, that hurt. But I deserve it. I was a jerk. It's just that I had a big argument with my mom and I took all the anger out on you, which was totally not cool.
Yeah, it wasn't. And you're really not helping your case by stalking me.
I know, but I can't get you off my mind after I saw how you stood up for your brother. That takes courage. All I'm asking for is one chance. If you feel like you don't want to see me after that, I won't bother you again.
Tristan, I don't care. Just leave. But the guy just didn't back down. He'd show up every day at my workplace to ask me out, and every day, I refused. And one evening after my shift ended, I found him outside my workplace with my brother. Later, he told me how Tristan was there to apologize and even offered to get him his job back. That was kind of nice of him. I guess he wasn't all that bad. So when he asked me out again, I decided to give it a shot. I was expecting him to show off and take me to some fancy restaurant in the city, but instead, he took me to my favorite taco place. Wow, you're cheap for someone so rich. And you're too pretty for someone that tough. Anyway, what were you doing at the hotel that day? You know, when you hit my brother?
You won't let that go, will you? I was there for an audition.
Wait, for the competition? I'm in it too.
I didn't know making good coffee was also counted as a talent.
Ha ha, very funny. Just then, I showed Tristan a few basic contortion moves, and he was blown. Then he showed me his awesome tricks with cards, and I was really impressed. Wow, how did you do that? That's amazing.
I wish my family would feel the same. They think I'll end up making a fool of myself on the show.
When we do things that give us joy, it doesn't really matter what people think. Tristan and I went on multiple dates after that, and soon he asked me out officially. My brother was happy, but the girls at school just weren't digging it. I didn't care. With Tristan by my side, I felt like a whole new person. He was so much gentler and calmer than when I first met him, and it made me super happy. And then one day on his birthday, he invited me to his home for a party. I'd just stepped one foot inside when suddenly my whole world came crashing down.
Ivy, that's my mom, and Mom, that's
the clown? What is this circus freak doing here? You said you were bringing your girlfriend home. If you think I'm a freak, you should see yourself in the mirror.
Guys, what's going on? You know each other?
Your mom is the reason my family is struggling. She sued my parents and bled us dry. I hate her, and I would do it all over again in the blink of an eye if I saw you around my son. You think I'm the same stupid girl who saved you that day? If you come close to my family, I'll be your worst nightmare. I wanted to say more, but I was too shocked and upset, so I just turned around and left. Tristan tried his best to reach out to me, but I just didn't want to talk to him. If he was her son, then there was no chance of us ever being together. Soon, it was time for the competition, so I forgot about my issues and started practicing. The competition lasted for days, and I was able to reach the finals. People rooted for me, and I was confident I'd win it too. But on the last day, I twisted my ankle and lost to a really amazing musician. I was devastated and locked myself up at home. I just didn't have the strength to talk to anyone. Then one day, Mom and Dad sat down next to me.
A dumb competition can't dampen your spirits, Ivy. You're too good for that.
But I wanted the money. I needed it to get the circus back. I know you guys miss it. I just wanted to make you happy.
That's not your job. And we're happy as long as you are. Now come on, we need you to get out of the house. How about some ice cream?
Or a trip to the petting zoo?
Anything you say.
After talking to Mom and Dad, I felt a lot better. But there was something that still troubled me a lot. Tristan and his mom. I had been ignoring them for the past few weeks, but he was back to being his stalker self, and it was super annoying. Then one day at home, I was busy watching an MSA video when my dad told me I had a friend waiting for me downstairs. And of course, it was Tristan. What do you want?
I know you don't want to see me, but Ivy, you have to know this. My stepmom...
Hold on, stepmom?
Yeah. Mom left us when I was a baby, and Dad married her so I would never miss Mom.
So did that help?
What? No. You're missing the point. After you left, I did a little digging and realized that your parents aren't the only one Mom has wrongfully sued. She does it often to scam people for money.
Tristan went on to explain how his stepmom was a lawyer and sued people for damages they couldn't afford.
Once you get stuck in the whole thing, she makes sure that she gets the most money out of you by creating fake issues, like the fire at your circus. She started that.
How do you know she started a fire, and why are you telling me this?
I heard her talking to her assistant yesterday. I guess when she saw you, she felt threatened and started planning another lawsuit so you wouldn't get in her way.
I don't know what to say. Even if what you're saying is true, how will anyone believe us without proper evidence?
I'm her son, so if I give a statement, maybe the police can start an investigation. It'll be worth a shot.
Tristan was right. I had to try something to make his stepmom pay, so I went with him and filed an official complaint. It took some weeks, but finally, the police were able to gather all the evidence against Tristan's stepmom. They froze her account, but before they could arrest her, she simply vanished. My parents won huge compensation from the court and used that to build the circus. I was so happy, and I only had Tristan to thank for everything. I always liked him, but this only made me fall for him more. We were walking over the bridge one day, when suddenly Tristan turned to face me.
Ivy, I love you. I'm sorry, I tried to let you go, but I can't.
I wanted to tell you, but before I could complete my sentence, someone pulled me hard. Tristan's stepmom.
You witch! You ruined everything I had built! You'll pay for this!
Saying that, the woman pushed me. As I backed up, I tripped and ended up falling. Okay, so here we are, right where we started. I thought I was done for, but Tristan grabbed my arm and pulled me right back up.
Are you crazy? She could have gotten hurt.
Oh, yeah, whatever. She's fine, right? And that was a mistake.
Was it? You know, I can imagine you being a witch to everyone, but this is unacceptable. Leave, or I'll have you arrested. Dad knows what you've been up to.
Oh, come on. I'm your mom, Tristan. You can't turn me in. Now be a doll and give me some money.
What? You won't get anything from me, okay?
You brat. I will. Just stop it, okay? Haven't you done enough? The least you can do is save your face and leave. His mom left, and we never saw her again. My parents' circus is now bigger and better than ever. I was supposed to be the star of the show, but a magician with incredible card tricks has stolen the spotlight and my heart.
I spent my whole life being told what to wear, how to act, and what to be when I grew up. My name is Sarah, and my parents were the absolute worst. They were always trying to control me. They were famous lawyers, and I was destined to be one too. While they were at work, I painted a picture of the three of us. And when they got home, my mom said, "What is this ugly painting?" My dad tore the picture up.
"This is a waste of time."
They went to their office and slammed the door in my face. My dad asked me what I wanted for my birthday. I want to go horseback riding. He blew up.
"What? How dare you? It's books or nothing.
But I don't want to be a lawyer, they exploded. You'll be a failure if you don't go to law school. You'll end up just like those kids on the other side of town. They'd shower me with fancy clothes and expensive dinners to buy my obedience. When I was in the 7th grade, my parents started making me proofread their notes and court documents. For smart people, they really couldn't spell. And sometimes I made mistakes on purpose. I wanted to try being a normal girl for once. What's the worst that could happen? I came home with a temporary tattoo once, and my parents lost their minds. They hated tattoos more than anything.
Lawyers don't have tattoos.
I was just having fun for once. I ran up to my room and slammed the door. I just decided to follow their rules, not because I liked them or anything. It's just because I want them to let me live in peace until I met a gorgeous boy. His name was Tyler. He played guitar and loved video games. Tyler was kind of a dork, but in a cute way. He even played in his own band. But our first meeting didn't go so well. He tried talking to me one day in between classes. "Hey, Sarah," was all he said. I slapped him. "Don't talk to me." I didn't mean it. I felt so bad because he wasn't popular like me and my friends. My parents would kill me if they found out about him. He never talked to me after that incident. I was sure he hated me. One day after school, Tyler was sitting up on the bleachers and practicing guitar. Whatever he was playing sounded beautiful. He caught me listening to him from behind the snack bar. He got nervous and stood to walk away. I yelled out, "Wait, don't stop. I swear I'm not gonna slap you this time." But he kept going. I tried to chase after him, but my high heels made it hard to run. I took them off and ran barefoot after Tyler. I could tell he was surprised once I caught up to him.
"Why are you talking to me? Is this some sort of prank? I thought I wasn't cool enough for you."
"I like your music, really. You're such a good guitar player," I answered, and I meant it. We stood in silence for a moment. We didn't know what to say to each other, so I blurted out, "Can you teach me?" He smirked.
"Your dad is gonna kill me, you know."
"Forget about him. He's stupid. Let's just go back to your place." Tyler agreed, and we met up every Tuesday and Thursday after school for secret guitar lessons on the bleachers. I knew my parents wouldn't approve. I told them I was working with my history teacher to learn about famous 19th century court cases. They were impressed and didn't question it. Tyler had an extra guitar he let me borrow for lessons, but I didn't dare bring it home. He even let me borrow a few CDs of his favorite bands to listen to for inspiration. My parents were not the musical type. When I would sing Happy Birthday, my mom would cover her ears. "Stop, you're giving me a headache." I wasn't bad at guitar. I wasn't good either. But it was never about being good or bad. It was about doing something that I wanted to do, something that made me happy for once. One day, my mother decided to call the school and personally thank my history teacher for helping me with my studies. Of course, he didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She drove to the school and caught me and Tyler on the bleachers. She marches right up, ripped the guitar out of my hands, and smashed it over the metal steps. "How dare you lie to me, Sarah?" She turned her attention on Tyler. "Don't you dare come near my daughter again." I'd had enough. I wasn't about to let her treat Tyler the way she treated me. "Get away from him," I screamed and pushed her away. To my horror, she lost her balance and tumbled down the bleachers, landing on the dirt below. I felt terrible and ran down to her immediately, saying I was really sorry, but she just brushed me aside and yelled, "Have fun walking home." And with that, she stormed off. My life got worse after that. When my father found out, he screamed at me.
"You're not allowed to see any of your friends ever again."
He took all my CDs and stomped on them till they were tiny little pieces. One night, after not seeing Tyler for almost 2 weeks, I got a text from him. He asked if I wanted to come and see his band, the Cadets, play at a house party across town. I sent back an enthusiastic yes and started planning my outfit. Later that evening, I pretended to go to bed early, but instead, I snuck out of my bedroom window, hopped onto my bicycle, and went off to the given address. I got to the party and stuck out like a sore thumb in my pink top. Everyone was wearing torn t-shirts and tight jeans. A rock band was playing loudly in the living room. I recognized a few kids from my high school, but none of them wanted to talk to me. It was pretty obvious I didn't fit in.
"Hey, Sarah,
Tyler ran over, tripped, and spilled his drink on my cute top. I was mortified, but Tyler laughed and grabbed my hand. "Follow me." He walked into the kitchen where it was a little less crowded. He reached into a box and shuffled around for a bit. Finally, he pulled out a t-shirt for me to change into. I stared down at my stained pink top. I grabbed a lighter off the table and set it on fire. "Burn, burn, burn!" I screamed. "Easy there. Give it to me." Tyler threw the shirt in the bin. Then he grabbed his guitar and hurried out of the kitchen. He got on stage in the living room with the rest of his band. Everyone was dancing and singing along. The cadets were actually really good. They might actually make it big one day. It was the greatest night of my life. Tyler drove me home and kissed me goodnight. It was my first kiss, and it was amazing. I had the best night's sleep ever. But the next morning, I was rudely woken up by my mom's screams. "What's this?" She had found the cadet's shirt in the laundry. "Where is the pink top I got you for your birthday?" I set it on fire. It was uncool, just like you. "Oh, yeah?" She took my cadet shirt downstairs and threw it in the oven. "Let's see how well this holds up at 400 degrees. I tried to open the oven door, but my mother held it shut. "Please, please, Tyler gave that to me." "I told you, I don't want you seeing that boy. Now go to your room and study." I can't wait to go to college. I can't wait to be away from you and this house. I stormed off and slammed my door. College was only a few weeks away. Even if it meant I wouldn't see Tyler again, at least I'd get away from my parents. But I could never really get away from them. I met all sorts of new people at college, but I only focused on my classes and didn't make any friends. I could always hear my father's voice in my head. "How is making friends going to get you into the country's best law program?" My parents told me I wasn't even allowed to get a job. They wanted nothing to distract me from my studies, so they gave me a credit card to take care of my expenses. The only thing I'd really started enjoying was studying at a quiet little cafe I'd discovered. But Dad even found a way to ruin that for me, sitting hundreds of miles away. "I didn't give you a credit card to spend hundreds of dollars on coffee. Stay in your dorm to study." One morning, I noticed a help wanted sign on the front door of the cafe. I marched up to the counter and, instead of ordering my usual coffee, I asked for an application. The job was easy. It was fun even. Making my own money felt so good. And I also realized something. I didn't want to pour coffee for the rest of my life, but owning my own cafe sounded really cool. I went to pay my family a visit on the weekend, and for a change, I was actually looking forward to it. The minute we sat down for dinner at a fancy restaurant, the questions started pouring in. "How's school?" "How are your grades?" Even Grandma chimed in. "Where are you going to get a job?" As I cut up my steak, I casually replied, "Oh, Grandma, I already have a job at a coffee shop." They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "What are you doing wasting time in a coffee shop? How's that going to help you become a lawyer?" I looked Dad straight in the eye. "It won't, because I'm not going to be a lawyer." Dad went ballistic and smashed his plate onto the floor. Everyone in the restaurant was staring at us, but he didn't seem to care. "Are you crazy? We spent so much money on you and gave you everything, and you just want to throw your life away? I'm going to cut off your allowance." I didn't scream back. I stood up and took his credit card out of my wallet. Then I snapped it in half and walked out of the restaurant. They would never control me again. I went back to college and reconnected with Tyler. We met up for a cup of coffee at my favorite place. He told me that the cadets were playing a few towns over and needed a tour manager. And even though the opportunity to travel the world seemed really exciting, I wanted to complete my degree and save up for my coffee shop. So I turned his offer down, but we started dating. We got married a few years later, and he was my biggest support in setting up my dream cafe. To this day, I run the most popular cafe in the city. Even my parents eventually forgave me, and they sometimes stop by for coffee in between court dates. People from all walks of life come through my doors, each with a unique dream or goal. Here in my little coffee shop, I hope they make their dreams come true. Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it, for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was gonna be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time, but before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So, I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only 2 of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here is a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis.
But we need to know if you still got it.
When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world.
I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it.
There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin.
Fixed by occluded revelation.
But freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school.
Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great.
I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage, like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra.